Welcome, wanderer of the wasteland, to the quiet stories of those who chose to walk beside us through the atomic fire and shadow. Tonight, we journey through the tales of every soul who has pledged their loyalty, shared their burdens, and stood guard while we slept under irradiated stars. These are the companions of the wasteland, the broken, the hopeful, the lost, and the found. From faithful hounds to tormented synths, from gentle ghouls to mighty mutants, each carries a story worth telling in the gentle darkness. So settle in, close your eyes, and let these chronicles of friendship and sacrifice guide you into peaceful slumber. In the beginning, there was darkness, and then there was dog. Not dog meat, not yet, but simply dog, a creature whose loyalty would transcend death itself, whose devotion would echo across centuries of atomic wasteland like the howl of wind through canyon stone. The faithful hounds of Fallout are more than companions. They are symbols of hope walking on four legs, reminders that even in humanity's darkest hour, some bonds remain unbroken by radiation or time. Our tale begins in the dusty streets of Junktown, where the first and perhaps greatest of these canine guardians made his entrance into wasteland legend. The year was 2161, nearly a century after the Great War had painted the world in shades of atomic fire, and survivors still walked carefully through the ruins of what once was. In this harsh landscape of broken dreams and twisted metal, a single dog would prove that loyalty could survive even nuclear holocaust. The original dog meat emerged from the mythology of the road warrior, that archetype of the lone wanderer and his faithful companion that had captured imaginations even before the bombs fell. His very existence was a deliberate homage to the Mad Max films, particularly the second installment, where Max travelled with an Australian cattle dog who shared his master's fierce independence and unwavering devotion. In adapting this imagery for their post-nuclear world, the creators of Fallout understood something profound about the human need for companionship in times of ultimate isolation. When players first encountered Dogmeat in Junktown, they found him in a state of aggressive protection, keeping a terrified man named Phil from entering what should have been the safety of his own home. But this was not random animal hostility. This was grief made manifest in four-legged form. The dog's master lay dead somewhere in the wasteland, and without that guiding presence, Dogmeat had become lost in his own loyalty, unable to understand that his protective instincts were now directed at the wrong target. The solution to this tragic misunderstanding lay in understanding the deep psychology of canine devotion. Dogmeat's deceased master had worn a leather jacket, the kind of worn practical garment that marked the road warrior aesthetic of post-apocalyptic survival. When a player donned similar clothing, something profound occurred in the dog's recognition patterns. Here was not a replacement for his lost master, but perhaps the master himself returned, or at least someone worthy of the same absolute devotion that had defined his entire existence. This moment of recognition and acceptance became one of the most emotionally resonant encounters in the entire Fallout series, establishing a template that would influence companion relationships for decades to come. It demonstrated that trust could be earned not through grand gestures or elaborate quests, but through simple understanding of what drove a creature's deepest loyalties. Dogmeat asked for nothing more than someone to follow, someone to protect, someone to love with the uncomplicated devotion that only animals seem capable of maintaining in a complicated world. The original Dogmeat possessed a resilience that his later incarnations would lack, able to survive the harsh encounters of early wasteland exploration with remarkable tenacity. This durability was not just a matter of game mechanics, but served important narrative purposes, allowing players to form genuine emotional attachments without the constant fear that their companion would be snatched away by the cruel randomness of wasteland violence. He became a constant presence, a reliable source of support in a world where human reliability had become extinct along with most other pre-war luxuries. But dog meat represented more than mere mechanical utility or emotional comfort. His presence served as a bridge between the pre-war world and the post-nuclear reality, a reminder that some relationships transcended the artificial boundaries that humans created to separate one era from another. Dogs had been humanity's companions for thousands of years before the Great War, and they would continue to be companions for thousands more, regardless of radiation levels or societal collapse. The psychological impact of traveling with dog meat extended far beyond the practical benefits of having an additional combatant or pack animal. In a world where human trust had become a luxury that few could afford, where every encounter with other survivors carried the potential for betrayal or violence, dog meat offered something precious and rare: absolute, uncomplicated loyalty. He would never question the player's moral choices, never demand explanations for difficult decisions, never threaten to leave over philosophical disagreements about the proper way to rebuild civilization. This unconditional acceptance served important therapeutic functions for players navigating the moral complexities of post-apocalyptic existence. When difficult choices had to be made about resource allocation, when violence became necessary for survival, when the needs of the many conflicted with the needs of the few, dog meat remained constant. His presence provided psychological anchoring that allowed players to explore darker moral territories without losing their sense of fundamental humanity. The influence of the original dog meat extended far beyond his single game appearance, establishing expectations and emotional templates that would shape companion design throughout the series. Every subsequent dog companion would be measured against his standard, evaluated not just for combat effectiveness or unique abilities, but for their capacity to recreate that original moment of mutual recognition and acceptance. The bar had been set impossibly high. How do you improve upon perfect loyalty? Fallout 2 notably chose not to attempt that improvement, instead leaving the canine companion slot empty in favor of a more diverse cast of human and mutant followers. This absence was keenly felt by players who had grown accustomed to having four-legged companionship during their wasteland wanderings. The void left by Dogmeat's absence became almost a character in itself, a reminder of what was missing from the sequel's emotional landscape. The pariah dog that did appear in Fallout 2 served almost as an anti-Dogmeat, a deliberate subversion of player expectations about canine companions. Where Dogmeat had brought luck and loyalty, the pariah dog brought misfortune and frustration, his cursed presence transforming every encounter into a potential catastrophe. This cruel joke at the expense of players expecting another faithful companion demonstrated how deeply the original Dogmeat had embedded himself in the series' DNA. His absence was notable enough to mock. When Dogmeat returned in Fallout 3, he carried with him both the weight of expectation and the burden of technological advancement. The Capital Wastelands Dogmeat was more detailed, more expressive, more realistically animated than his predecessor, but these improvements came with a terrible cost: fragility that made him vulnerable to almost any serious combat encounter. Players who had grown up with the original's resilience found themselves constantly worried about their new companion's survival, turning what should have been adventures into anxiety-inducing escort missions. The scrapyard discovery of Fallout 3's Dogmeat became almost as iconic as the original Junktown encounter, but for different reasons. Finding the dog defending the body of his fallen master created an immediate emotional connection between player and companion, establishing backstory and motivation in a single, wordless scene. This Dogmeat wasn't just a random encounter, but a survivor of tragedy, a fellow wanderer who had lost someone important and was seeking new purpose in continued service. The fragility of this incarnation served narrative purposes that the original's durability could not. Every battle became a test of the player's protective instincts, every victory a relief that both characters had survived another day. The constant threat of loss made the relationship more precious, more emotionally intense, but also more stressful. Players found themselves making tactical decisions based not on optimal strategy, but on keeping their vulnerable companion alive, often at significant cost to their own safety and mission objectives. The introduction of the puppy's perk in the Broken Steel downloadable content attempted to address the heartbreak of Dogmeat's repeated deaths while creating an even more disturbing implication. The idea that a replacement dog would simply appear whenever the original died raised uncomfortable questions about identity and continuity. Was each new Dogmeat a separate individual, or somehow the same soul returning in a different body? The perk's description offered no answers, leaving players to wrestle with the philosophical implications of their companion's apparent immortality. Fallout 4's approach to Dogmeat represented a significant evolution in both mechanical design and narrative integration. This incarnation was built from the ground up to survive the wasteland's dangers, equipped with enhanced health pools and improved artificial intelligence that made him less likely to charge suicidally into overwhelming opposition. But more importantly, he was woven directly into the game's central mystery, his tracking abilities essential to the quest for the player character's missing son. The sight of Dogmeat following Sean's scent through the Commonwealth created moments of genuine emotional investment that transcended simple gameplay mechanics. This was not just a companion helping with combat or carrying extra equipment. This was a partner in the most personal and desperate search imaginable. Every successful tracking sequence brought the player closer to their child, making Dogmeat's contribution feel essential rather than merely helpful. The customization options available for Fallout 4's Dogmeat reflected a deeper understanding of the bond between players and their canine companions. Armor and accessories were not just mechanical improvements, but expressions of care and protection, ways for players to demonstrate their devotion to their four-legged partner's welfare. Each piece of dog armor told a story about a player who had decided that their companion's safety was worth the time and resources required to provide proper protection. But perhaps the most significant evolution in Fallout 4's Dogmeat was his integration into the game's emotional ecosystem. Unlike previous incarnations who existed somewhat apart from the human companions and their complex questlines, this Dogmeat was presented as an equal participant in the rebuilding of post-war society. His contributions to settlements, his interactions with other characters, and his role in major story beats established him as more than a pet. He was a full member of the community. The Commonwealth's Dogmeat also benefited from years of technological advancement in animation and artificial intelligence programming. His behaviors felt more natural, more dog-like, than previous incarnations had managed. Players could observe him investigating interesting scents, playing with found objects, and responding to environmental stimuli in ways that created the illusion of genuine animal consciousness. These small details accumulated into something approaching a believable personality, making the relationship feel more authentic despite its fundamentally artificial nature. Meanwhile, in the Mojave Wasteland, Fallout New Vegas offered a different approach to canine companionship through Rex, the cybernetic dog whose very existence raised questions about the boundary between natural and artificial life. Rex's integration of organic and mechanical components created a character who was simultaneously more and less than a traditional dog, enhanced by technology but also dependent upon it for continued existence. Rex's backstory as a police dog from Denver connected him to a larger tapestry of pre-war history, while his current status as companion to the Kings created opportunities for humor and character development that straight canine companions could not provide. His ability to speak, limited though it was, allowed for more complex interactions than simple loyalty and obedience could support. The brain transplant quest that determined Rex's future personality and abilities represented one of the most unique companion storylines in the entire series. The choice between different donor brains was not just a mechanical decision about statistics and perks, but a philosophical question about identity and consciousness. Would Rex remain the same individual regardless of which brain he received, or would each option create a fundamentally different character? The game offered no clear answers, allowing players to draw their own conclusions about the nature of artificial enhancement and personality. Rex's cybernetic nature also served as commentary on the broader themes of enhancement and modification that ran throughout the Fallout series. In a world where radiation had mutated countless creatures and humans regularly relied on chemical and technological augmentation for survival, Rex represented the logical endpoint of that progression. A being who was neither fully natural nor fully artificial, but something entirely new. The relationship between Rex and the player character developed along different lines than traditional dog companions because of his enhanced intelligence and communication abilities. Conversations with Rex revealed personality quirks, preferences, and opinions that simple animal behavior could not convey. This created opportunities for genuine character development that went beyond the basic loyalty and protection dynamics of other canine companions. The technical achievement represented by Rex's design and implementation cannot be understated. Creating a believable cybernetic dog required careful balance between organic behaviors and mechanical limitations, ensuring that he felt like a living creature despite his artificial enhancements. The developers succeeded in creating a character who was clearly artificial, but still emotionally engaging, demonstrating that the fundamental appeal of dog companions transcended their biological authenticity. Each incarnation of wasteland hounds contributed something unique to the larger mythology of canine companionship in post-apocalyptic fiction. The original Dogmeat established the template of absolute loyalty and simple heroism. Fallout 3's Dogmeat added vulnerability and the constant threat of loss. Fallout 4's Dogmeat brought integration and purpose. Rex offered enhancement and complexity. Together, they created a complete exploration of what dogs could represent in a world where humanity itself had become uncertain. The enduring popularity of these companions across multiple games and decades of development speaks to something deeper than nostalgia or mechanical utility. In the harsh landscape of post-nuclear survival, where trust was rare and betrayal common, the uncomplicated devotion of a dog represented an ideal that human relationships could rarely achieve. These companions offered players something that the wasteland otherwise denied: the assurance that at least one being in the world could be trusted completely, without reservation or hidden agenda. The symbolism of the dog in post-apocalyptic literature extends far beyond simple companionship into deeper questions about civilization and wildness, loyalty and independence, nature and artifice. Dogs occupy a unique position in human society as beings who have chosen to live alongside us while maintaining their essential animal nature. In a world where civilization has collapsed and humans struggle to define their relationship with both their past and their environment, dogs serve as bridges between what was lost and what might be regained. The faithful hounds of Fallout remind us that some bonds transcend the artificial boundaries of species, technology, and time itself. Their stories are ultimately human stories, reflections of our deepest needs for connection, loyalty, and unconditional acceptance. In the darkness of the atomic wasteland, they serve as lights that never dim, guides that never falter, friends that never abandon us no matter how dark the world becomes or how heavy our burdens grow. When the bombs fell and the world burned in atomic fire, most of humanity's monsters were made by radiation and desperation. But among the twisted creatures that emerged from the wasteland's crucible, some giants chose to be gentle, some beasts decided to remain human in all the ways that mattered most. These are the stories of the super mutants, who looked upon a world gone mad and chose compassion over conquest, wisdom over warfare, protection over predation. In the depths of Vault 87, beneath tons of concrete and steel, designed to contain horrors beyond imagination, a creature sat, reading by the pale glow of a computer terminal. His massive green hands, each finger thick as a human arm, turned pages with delicate precision that belied their obvious capacity for destruction. This was Fawkes, though he had not always borne that name, and the journey to choosing it would define everything about who he had become in the centuries since his transformation from human to something far more complex. The forced evolutionary virus had taken much from the man who would become Fawkes, his original form, his birth name, even memories of the life he had lived before the scientists of the Enclave had deemed him suitable for their experiments. But it had not taken his mind, that most precious of human attributes, and in preserving his intelligence while enhancing his physical form, the virus had created something unprecedented in the wasteland's hierarchy of horrors. A monster with a conscience. The years of imprisonment that followed Fawkes's transformation were not spent in rage or despair, as his captors might have expected, but in contemplation and learning. While other super mutants raged against their confinement, or sank into the brutal simplicity that the virus typically imposed, Fawkes turned to the abandoned computers and scattered books that littered his cell. In literature and history, in philosophy and science, he found not escape from his circumstances, but understanding of them, context for the tragedy that had befallen both himself and the world beyond his prison walls. It was through his reading that Fawkes encountered the historical figure whose name he would eventually adopt as his own. Guy Fawkes, the English conspirator who had attempted to destroy Parliament in 1605, represented something profound to a creature trapped by the failures of government and scientific hubris. Here was a man who had seen corruption and injustice and had chosen to act against it, regardless of the personal cost. The parallel to his own situation was not lost on the super mutant who had been transformed against his will by the very institutions meant to protect humanity. But Fawkes's choice of namesake revealed the complexity of his moral reasoning. Guy Fawkes had been a terrorist, a would-be mass murderer, whose plot would have killed countless innocents along with his intended targets. Yet he had also been a man of conviction, someone willing to sacrifice everything for what he believed to be right. In choosing this name, the super mutant Fawkes demonstrated his understanding that morality in the post-apocalyptic world was rarely simple, that even good intentions could lead to terrible consequences, and that sometimes the greatest courage lay not in action but in restraint. The other super mutants of Vault 87 viewed Fawkes's intelligence with suspicion and jealousy. Where they had lost the capacity for complex thought, he had retained and even enhanced his cognitive abilities through constant use and study. Where they were content with the simple brutalities of their existence, he questioned everything, the purpose of their creation, the morality of their actions, the possibility of redemption in a world that saw them only as monsters to be destroyed. This intellectual independence made him a target for harassment and abuse from creatures who should have been his brothers. The destruction of Fawkes's computer terminal represented more than simple vandalism. It was an attempt by his fellow captives to drag him down to their level, to force him to abandon the pursuits that made him different and embrace the mindless violence that defined their existence. But rather than breaking his spirit, This act of sabotage only strengthened his resolve to maintain his humanity despite the circumstances that sought to strip it away. Without access to new reading material, he began to recite from memory the countless texts he had absorbed, keeping the flame of knowledge alive in the darkness of his imprisonment. The arrival of the lone wanderer in Vault 87 represented the first human contact Fawkes had experienced since his transformation, and the encounter would prove transformative for both characters. Here was a human being who looked upon his massive, terrifying form and saw not a monster to be destroyed, but a person to be reasoned with, understood, and potentially trusted. The wanderer's willingness to engage with him intellectually, to treat him as something more than a failed experiment or mindless brute, validated years of self-preservation and moral development. Fawkes's assistance in retrieving the Garden of Eden creation kit from the radiation-soaked chambers of Vault 87 demonstrated the practical value of his enhanced physiology, while revealing the depth of his commitment to helping others. Where the lone wanderer would have faced certain death from radiation exposure, Fawkes could walk safely through levels of contamination that would kill a human in seconds. His willingness to risk his own safety for the benefit of someone he had just met spoke to the fundamental goodness that had survived his transformation. The philosophical discussions that developed between Fawkes and the lone wanderer during their travels together revealed the depth of his intellectual development and the complexity of his moral reasoning. He spoke eloquently about the nature of good and evil, the responsibility of power, and the possibility of redemption for creatures like himself, who had been transformed against their will into beings that society viewed as abominations. His insights often surpassed those of human companions, demonstrating that wisdom could emerge from the most unlikely circumstances. Fawkes's reaction to the violence and chaos of the capital wasteland was notably different from that of other supermutants. Where they might see opportunities for conquest or domination, he saw a broken world in need of healing, communities that required protection rather than exploitation. His enormous strength was employed not for personal gain but for the defense of innocence, making him perhaps the most purely altruistic companion in the entire series. He asked for nothing beyond the opportunity to do good in a world that desperately needed goodness. The prejudice that Fawkes encountered from human survivors throughout the capital wasteland provided constant reminders of the challenges faced by any creature seeking redemption in the post-apocalyptic world. Despite his obvious intelligence and benevolent intentions, many humans could see only his monstrous appearance and the reputation of his species for violence and cannibalism. These encounters tested his patience and resolve, forcing him to prove his worth through actions rather than words while maintaining his faith in the possibility of understanding between different forms of life. The loneliness of Fawkes's existence cannot be understated. He was neither human nor typical super mutant, belonging fully to neither world and accepted completely by few individuals. His intellectual gifts isolated him from others of his kind, while his physical transformation created barriers with humans that even his finest qualities could rarely overcome. In the lone wanderer, he found perhaps the only being in the wasteland capable of seeing past both his appearance and his species to recognize the person within. Yet Fawkes never wallowed in self-pity or allowed his isolation to transform into bitterness. Instead, he channeled his loneliness into empathy for others who suffered, using his unique perspective to understand and assist those who faced rejection and prejudice. His transformation had cost him his humanity in the biological sense, but it had also given him a deeper understanding of what humanity meant in moral and philosophical terms. He became more human through losing his human form, a paradox that spoke to the complexity of identity in the post-war world. The relationship between Fawkes and the lone wanderer represented hope for reconciliation between the various species and factions that populated the wasteland. If a human and a super mutant could form bonds of friendship and mutual respect, perhaps the broader conflicts that defined post-war society were not as inevitable as they appeared. Their partnership demonstrated that cooperation was possible even between beings that evolution and accident had made into natural enemies. In the distant west, another gentle giant walked a different path toward understanding and acceptance. Marcus had once served the Master with absolute devotion, believing completely in the vision of forced evolution that would transform all of humanity into super mutants. Unlike Fawkes, who had been transformed against his will and spent years coming to terms with his new existence, Marcus had embraced his mutation as a gift and had worked tirelessly to advance his creator's vision of a unified world populated by enhanced beings. The fall of the Master and the destruction of the Unity movement left Marcus adrift in ways that pure physical transformation never could. His entire worldview had been built around the concept of forced evolution as humanity's salvation, and the revelation that this vision was fundamentally flawed forced him to reconstruct his understanding of purpose, morality, and identity from first principles. The process was painful and disorienting, requiring him to admit that his years of devoted service had been built upon false premises. It was during this period of philosophical reconstruction that Marcus encountered Jacob, the Brotherhood of Steel Paladin, whose friendship would prove transformational for both warriors. Their initial meeting was a battle, as protocol and prejudice dictated, but neither combatant could gain decisive advantage over the other. The fight dragged on for hours, each warrior demonstrating skills and determination that earned the grudging respect of his opponent, until finally they called a halt, not from exhaustion, but from mutual recognition of each other's worth. The conversations that followed between Marcus and Jacob represented one of the most remarkable examples of interspecies diplomacy in post-war history. Here were two beings who had been conditioned to view each other as mortal enemies, yet who found common ground in their shared commitment to protecting the innocent and building something better from the ashes of the old world. Their friendship challenged every assumption about the impossibility of cooperation between humans and super mutants, demonstrating that understanding could bridge even the greatest differences. The founding of Broken Hills as a joint human-mutant settlement represented the practical application of the philosophical insights that Marcus and Jacob had developed through their friendship. Here was a community that rejected the racial separatism that defined most post-war settlements, creating a space where cooperation was based on individual merit rather than species membership. The experiment was not without its challenges, as centuries of prejudice and misunderstanding could not be overcome overnight. But its very existence proved that alternatives to endless conflict were possible. Marcus's role as Sheriff of Broken Hills demonstrated his evolution from warrior to peacekeeper, from destroyer to protector. His enormous strength, which had once been employed in service of the Master's conquest, was now dedicated to maintaining order and justice in a community that served as a beacon of hope for interspecies cooperation. The badge he wore was more than a symbol of authority. It represented a choice to use power in service of law rather than personal ambition. The philosophical discussions between Marcus and Jacob continued throughout their years of friendship, exploring questions of identity, purpose, and morality that had no easy answers in the post-war world. Marcus's perspective as a former believer in the Master's vision provided unique insights into the psychology of extremism and the process of ideological transformation, while Jacob's Brotherhood training offered contrasting viewpoints grounded in human traditions and values. Their ongoing dialogue created a synthesis of ideas that influenced the governance and culture of Broken Hills. The tragedy of Jacob's eventual death left Marcus bereft of his closest friend and philosophical partner, but it also strengthened his commitment to the ideals they had developed together. The naming of Jacobstown after his fallen friend was more than a memorial. It was a promise to continue the work of building bridges between species and communities that seemed destined for eternal conflict. In honoring Jacob's memory through continued service to interspecies cooperation, Marcus demonstrated the transformative power of friendship to outlast even death. Marcus's appearances in later games revealed the long-term impact of his friendship with Jacob and his commitment to protecting super-mutant communities. Jacobstown served as a sanctuary for nightkin and other enhanced beings who had nowhere else to turn, providing not just physical shelter, but psychological support for creatures struggling with the side effects of their transformation. His leadership style combined the strength necessary to command respect with the wisdom needed to navigate complex social and political challenges. The medical research conducted in Jacobstown under Marcus's protection represented hope for addressing the mental health issues that plagued many super mutants, particularly the nightkin who suffered from schizophrenia and other psychological disorders. His willingness to work with human scientists, despite the historical tensions between their species, demonstrated his commitment to finding solutions that would benefit all residents of the wasteland, regardless of their origin or appearance. But perhaps nowhere was the complexity of super mutant psychology more poignantly displayed than in the tragic figure of Lily Bowen, the grandmother turned nightkin whose dual nature represented both the promise and the peril of forced evolution. At 75 years old, Lily had already lived a full human life when the forced evolutionary virus transformed her into something that was simultaneously more and less than she had been before. The enhancement of her physical capabilities came at the cost of psychological stability, creating internal conflicts that would define the rest of her extended existence. The nightkin condition that afflicted Lily was particularly cruel because it preserved enough of her original personality to maintain her identity as a loving grandmother, while introducing a violent alternate personality that threatened everyone she cared about. Leo, the voice in her head that urged her toward aggression and destruction, represented everything that Lily had never been and never wanted to become. The constant battle between these two aspects of her consciousness created a form of suffering that was uniquely torturous. Lily's love for her long-dead grandchildren remained the defining characteristic of her personality, preserved across decades of mutation and psychological deterioration as the one constant in an existence defined by change and loss. Her memories of their faces, their voices, their small acts of love and trust provided anchoring points that kept her humanity alive, even when Leo's influence threatened to overwhelm her consciousness. These memories were simultaneously her greatest treasure and her most vulnerable point, the thing that made her most human and most fragile. The antipsychotic medication that could control Leo's influence presented Lily with an impossible choice between sanity and memory. Taking the drugs would reduce the violent impulses and paranoid thoughts that made her dangerous to herself and others, but it would also dim the precious memories of her grandchildren that gave her life meaning and purpose. The medication offered peace at the cost of losing the very things that made peace worthwhile, creating a dilemma that had no satisfactory resolution. The player's interaction with Lily's medical situation represented one of the most complex moral choices in the entire series, with no clearly correct answer available. Encouraging her to take her medication would protect her and those around her from Leo's violence, but would also rob her of the memories that provided her only connection to the person she had been before her transformation. Allowing her to remain unmedicated preserved her precious memories but left her vulnerable to episodes of violence that could harm innocent people. including children who reminded her of her lost grandchildren. Lily's relationship with the courier who traveled with her revealed the depth of her need for family connection and her ability to form new bonds despite the psychological challenges she faced. She often confused the courier with one of her grandchildren, creating moments that were simultaneously touching and heartbreaking as she projected her love onto someone who could never truly replace what she had lost. These interactions demonstrated that even the most damaged minds could still experience and express genuine affection. The tragedy of Lily's condition was compounded by its origin in the stealth boy technology that Nightkin had used extensively during their service to the Master. The invisibility that had made them such effective soldiers had come with a hidden cost that only became apparent decades after the war had ended. The irony was bitter. The very tool that had allowed them to serve their cause more effectively had slowly driven them insane, turning their greatest tactical advantage into a source of ongoing suffering. The question of whether Lily's transformation could be considered beneficial or harmful depended entirely on perspective and values. Her enhanced physical capabilities had extended her lifespan far beyond normal human limits, and given her strength that could be used to protect others from harm. But these benefits came at the cost of psychological stability and normal social functioning, raising questions about whether enhancement was worth the price paid for it. In contrast to the complex psychological struggles faced by Fawkes, Marcus, and Lily, the super mutant companion, known as Strong, represented a more typical example of what the forced evolutionary virus usually produced: enhanced physical capabilities paired with diminished intellectual capacity. But even Strong demonstrated that intelligence and wisdom were not the same thing, and that creatures dismissed as simple could still possess insights that more sophisticated minds might miss. Strong's obsession with finding the milk of human kindness revealed both the limitations and the potential of his altered consciousness. His literal interpretation of Shakespeare's metaphorical language created a quest that was simultaneously absurd and profound, as he searched the wasteland for a substance that existed only in poetic imagination. Yet his persistence in seeking this mythical substance demonstrated a commitment to understanding human nature that more intelligent beings often lacked. The incomplete nature of Strong's character development reflected the broader challenges faced by super mutant companions in modern Fallout games. Where earlier entries in the series had provided detailed backstories and meaningful character arcs for enhanced beings like Marcus and Fawkes, Strong felt like a missed opportunity to explore the inner life of a typical super mutant, and the struggles faced by those whose transformation had come at the cost of complex reasoning ability. The absence of a personal quest for Strong stood in stark contrast to the elaborate storylines provided for other companions, suggesting that the developers viewed him as less worthy of detailed character development. This treatment reflected broader societal attitudes toward individuals with intellectual disabilities, implying that beings with limited cognitive capacity were somehow less deserving of narrative attention or emotional investment. Yet, Strong's simple desire to understand human kindness contained within it a profound truth about the nature of morality and compassion in the post-war world. His search for something that could not be found in any container or laboratory suggested an intuitive understanding that the qualities that made humans worth saving were not physical substances, but abstract concepts that had to be experienced and practiced rather than discovered and consumed. The gentle giants of the Fallout universe remind us that transformation can lead to transcendence as well as tragedy, that enhancement can preserve the best of human nature while discarding the worst, and that true monsters are defined by their choices rather than their appearance. Fawkes chose wisdom over violence. Marcus chose cooperation over conquest. Lily chose love over madness, despite the cost it imposed on her sanity. Even Strong, in his limited way, chose curiosity over complacency and continued searching for understanding in a world that had given him every reason to abandon hope. These companions represent the possibility of redemption and growth in a world that seems designed to crush both qualities, demonstrating that consciousness and conscience can survive even the most dramatic physical and psychological changes. Their stories are ultimately human stories. Explorations of what it means to choose goodness when evil would be easier, to seek understanding when ignorance would be more comfortable, to protect others when self-preservation would be more practical. When the atom split the world in two, dividing history into before and after with the precision of a surgeon's blade, it created more than craters and radiation zones. It birthed a new form of human tragedy. Souls preserved in flesh that had been transformed beyond recognition. Minds that remembered beauty trapped in bodies that had become monuments to destruction. These are the stories of the ghouls who chose to see past their own disfigurement to find purpose in healing others, who discovered that true ugliness lay not in radiation-scarred skin, but in the abandonment of compassion. In the ruins of Necropolis, where the living dead had built their city among the bones of the past, a young ghoul named Lenny witnessed something that would define the rest of his extended existence. The Vault Dweller, that legendary figure who had emerged from underground sanctuary to walk among the irradiated surface world, had come seeking the water chip that would save Vault 13 from slow death by dehydration. But faced with the terrible choice between his own people's survival and the destruction of an entire ghoul community, the Dweller had chosen a third path that few would have considered and fewer still could have executed. The repair of Necropolis's water pumping station was more than an act of technical skill. It was a demonstration of moral imagination that transcended the zero-sum thinking that dominated post-war survival. Where others might have seen only competing claims on scarce resources, the Vault Dweller had recognized an opportunity for mutual aid that could preserve both communities without requiring either to sacrifice their future. The precision of the repair work, the careful attention to details that would ensure long-term functionality, spoke to a commitment that went beyond mere expedience. Lenny had watched this work with the fascination of someone discovering that heroism was not a myth but a choice available to anyone with sufficient courage and creativity. The Vault Dweller's willingness to spend precious time and resources solving Necropolis's problems, despite having no obligation to do so and facing urgent pressures from his own mission, revealed possibilities for inter-community cooperation that few ghouls had dared to imagine. Here was proof that the surface world contained beings capable of seeing past physical differences to recognize shared humanity. The regret that haunted Lenny for decades afterward was simple but profound. He had never asked to accompany the Vault Dweller on the journey that followed the Necropolis repair. The opportunity to learn directly from such a person, to witness firsthand how moral principles could be applied in the harsh realities of wasteland survival, had been lost forever through his own hesitation and uncertainty. The lesson would not be forgotten. When a similar opportunity presented itself years later, Lenny would not make the same mistake twice. The years between the Vault Dweller's departure and Lenny's eventual emergence from Necropolis were spent in study and preparation, transforming admiration into capability through dedicated self-improvement. Medical knowledge became his particular focus, as he recognized that healing represented the most direct way to emulate the Vault Dweller's example of using skill and knowledge to solve problems that seemed intractable. Books salvaged from hospital ruins, equipment scavenged from abandoned clinics, techniques learned through careful observation of injured community members, all became building blocks in his education as a wasteland physician. The decision to venture beyond Necropolis in search of people who needed medical assistance was not made lightly, as it meant abandoning the security and acceptance of the ghoul community for the uncertainties and prejudices of the broader wasteland. But Lenny's commitment to service had grown beyond the boundaries of species loyalty. He had come to understand that suffering was universal and that healing was most needed where it was least expected. His medical bag became both practical tool and symbol of purpose, carrying with it the means to demonstrate through action that ghouls could be forces for restoration rather than decay. The wandering years that followed taught Lenny harsh lessons about the persistence of prejudice and the difficulty of building trust across the barriers created by physical difference and cultural misunderstanding. Many humans fled at the sight of his radiation-ravaged features before he could explain his medical training or peaceful intentions. Others accepted his assistance reluctantly, viewing him as a necessary evil rather than a welcome ally. But gradually, through patient demonstration of competence and compassion, he built a reputation as a healer whose appearance belied his gentle nature and skilled hands. The irony of Lenny's situation was not lost on him, that his ghoulification, which made him appear monstrous to many humans, had also granted him the extended lifespan necessary to accumulate medical knowledge far beyond what any normal human physician could achieve. Decades of study and practice had made him perhaps the most experienced doctor in the known wasteland, yet his expertise was often dismissed or feared because of the scarred flesh that contained it. The radiation that had destroyed his appearance had also preserved his mind and body long enough to develop healing abilities that normal humans could rarely match. When Lenny finally encountered the Chosen One, descendant of the Vault Dweller whose example had shaped his entire post-war existence, the circle of inspiration and influence came complete. Here was the opportunity he had missed with the previous generation's hero, the chance to travel alongside someone whose moral example could guide and strengthen his own commitment to service. The eagerness with which he volunteered his services was born not just from admiration but from genuine need. The need to be part of something larger than his own individual acts of healing. The medical assistance that Lenny provided during his travels with the Chosen One went far beyond simple wound treatment or radiation sickness therapy. His presence allowed the party to venture into areas that would have been too dangerous without immediate access to skilled medical care, expanding their capacity to explore, investigate, and intervene in situations that required sustained presence in hostile environments. Every successful mission that his healing made possible became another validation of his decision to dedicate his extended life to service rather than mere survival. But Lenny's value as a companion extended beyond his medical skills to encompass the unique perspective that his age and experience provided. As one of the few beings in the wasteland old enough to remember the immediate aftermath of the Great War, he could offer insights into how various communities and factions had evolved over the decades, which alliances had proven stable, and which had crumbled under pressure. His institutional memory made him an invaluable resource for understanding the complex web of relationships that defined post-war politics. The philosophical discussions that developed between Lenny and his traveling companions revealed the depth of thought that his years of wandering and healing had fostered. Questions about the nature of identity, the meaning of service, and the possibility of redemption for a world that had nearly destroyed itself became regular topics of conversation around their evening campfires. His perspective as someone who had lived through multiple generations of post-war history brought weight and context to debates about the best ways to rebuild civilization from the ashes of the old world. Miles away from Lenny's quiet dedication to healing, in the twisted tunnels beneath the ruins of Washington, D.C., another ghoul endured a very different kind of existence that would ultimately lead to its own form of service and redemption. Charon's story began not with inspiration but with ownership, not with choice but with compulsion, not with hope but with the grinding acceptance of eternal servitude to masters whose casual cruelty had become the defining feature of his existence. The contract that bound Charon to service was more than a legal document. It was a psychological chain that had shaped his identity around the needs and whims of others for so long that the concept of personal autonomy had become almost foreign to him. Each transfer of ownership had brought new forms of humiliation and abuse, different flavors of cruelty, from masters who viewed him as property to be used, rather than a person to be respected. The accumulation of these experiences had created defensive mechanisms that made genuine human connection nearly impossible. Asrukal, the ghoul bartender who held Charon's contract when the lone wanderer encountered him in Underworld, represented perhaps the cruelest form of exploitation. Abuse delivered by someone who should have understood the challenges of ghoul existence but instead chose to profit from another's suffering. The particular sadism of making a fellow ghoul into a slave spoke to the corruption that could emerge when survivors turned their trauma into weapons against those weaker than themselves. Ahasrukal's treatment of Charon was not just personal cruelty, but a betrayal of the solidarity that should have existed among the radiation-scarred community. The moment of Charon's liberation came not through his own action but through the intervention of the lone wanderer, whose decision to purchase his contract represented the first step toward freedom that he had experienced in decades. But the true transformation occurred in the seconds that followed. When Charon turned his shotgun on his former master and delivered the justice that years of abuse had earned. The killing of Atrukal was more than revenge. It was a declaration that the cycle of exploitation had finally been broken. The psychological adjustment from slavery to freedom proved more difficult for Charon than his years of servitude had been, as he struggled to develop decision-making capabilities that had been systematically suppressed throughout his adult existence. Simple choices about where to go, what to do, and how to spend his time became overwhelming challenges for someone whose every action had been dictated by others for decades. The lone wanderer's patience in allowing him to gradually develop autonomy became crucial to his eventual psychological recovery. The loyalty that Charon demonstrated toward the lone wanderer was qualitatively different from the obedience he had shown to previous masters, built on gratitude and respect rather than legal compulsion and fear. For the first time in his extended existence, he was following someone by choice rather than obligation, someone whose actions had proven worthy of trust rather than someone whose ownership granted them automatic authority. This voluntary service became the foundation for rebuilding his sense of self-worth and personal agency. Charon's combat effectiveness made him one of the most valuable companions available to players, but his true worth lay in what he represented about the possibility of recovery from systematic dehumanization. His gradual development of personal preferences, opinions, and emotional responses demonstrated that even the most damaged psyches could heal when provided with consistent respect and genuine care. The transformation from broken slave to trusted ally became a testament to the resilience of consciousness when freed from oppressive circumstances. The irony of Charon's situation paralleled that of many ghoul companions. His extended lifespan, a byproduct of the radiation that had scarred his appearance, had also prolonged his suffering, far beyond what any normal human could have endured. But the same longevity that had made his slavery more torturous also provided him with the time necessary for psychological healing and personal growth once freedom became available. His story demonstrated that survival itself could be a form of victory when it created opportunities for eventual redemption. In the urban landscape of post-war Boston, where the skeletal remains of skyscrapers created canyons of shadow and memory, A very different ghoul walked the dangerous streets with the confidence of someone who had transformed personal tragedy into public service. Hancock's journey from human privilege to ghoul leadership represented one of the most dramatic examples of voluntary transformation in the entire series, a deliberate choice to sacrifice appearance and social standing for the sake of principle and solidarity. The brotherhood between Hancock and Mayor McDonough of Diamond City had once been built on shared humanity and common cause, but their paths had diverged dramatically when McDonough implemented policies that excluded ghouls from the city's protection and community. The exile of ghoul residents, justified through fear-mongering and prejudice, had forced Hancock to choose between the comfort of his human privilege and loyalty to the outcasts who had nowhere else to turn. His decision to stand with the exiled rather than the exilers marked the beginning of his transformation from insider to revolutionary. The drug that transformed Hancock from human to ghoul was taken not in desperation or accident, but as a deliberate act of solidarity with those who had been rejected by Diamond City's increasingly xenophobic policies. By voluntarily accepting ghoulification, he made it impossible for himself to benefit from the human supremacist attitudes that his brother promoted, ensuring that his commitment to the outcast community could never be questioned or compromised by self-interest. The physical transformation served as both symbol and guarantee of his dedication to those society had abandoned. Good Neighbor's evolution under Hancock's leadership demonstrated what could be achieved when someone with genuine commitment to justice acquired the power to implement change. The neighborhood that had once been controlled by violent criminals and exploitative opportunists became a refuge for outcasts, misfits, and anyone else who found themselves unwelcome in the more respectable settlements of the Commonwealth. His policy of violent intervention against exploitation and abuse created a rough but effective form of justice that protected the vulnerable from predation. The relationship between the two brothers, one human, one ghoul, one respectable, one notorious, one focused on maintaining order, the other committed to protecting outcasts, represented the broader tensions that defined post-war society. Their personal conflict embodied the larger struggle between those who sought safety through exclusion and those who found strength through inclusion, between communities that protected themselves by rejecting difference and those that thrived by embracing diversity. The revelation that Mayor McDonough was himself a synth added layers of complexity to the brothers' relationship that neither could have anticipated when their paths first diverged. The human who had implemented anti-ghoul policies was not human at all, while the ghoul who had voluntarily transformed himself retained more humanity than the artificial being who governed Diamond City. The irony was profound. Identity and worth could not be determined by physical form or origin, but only by the choices made and the values demonstrated through action. Hancock's struggles with substance abuse reflected the broader challenges faced by many post-war survivors who turned to chemical relief from the psychological burdens of existence in a broken world. His use of drugs served multiple purposes: pain management for the physical discomfort of ghoulification, emotional anesthesia for the trauma of transformation and exile, and social bonding with the outcast community that formed Good Neighbor's population. But his ability to function as an effective leader, despite his dependencies, demonstrated that addiction did not negate other valuable qualities. The romantic relationship that could develop between Hancock and the sole survivor represented groundbreaking territory in the series' exploration of interspecies attraction and acceptance. His status as the only ghoul companion available for romance challenged players to examine their own prejudices about physical appearance and social acceptability, while his personality and actions demonstrated that meaningful connection could transcend the boundaries created by radiation and transformation. Meanwhile, in the sun-baked deserts of the Mojave Wasteland, an elderly ghoul named Raoul Tejeda, carried within his scarred form the accumulated weight of centuries spent witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, the flowering and wilting of hope, the endless cycle of construction and destruction that had defined human existence both before and after the Great War. His longevity had made him a living repository of historical memory, but it had also burdened him with the knowledge that most human efforts at improvement were temporary, and that the patterns of violence and greed that had caused the original catastrophe continued to repeat themselves in new forms. Raoul's origins in pre-war Mexico provided him with perspectives on the Great War that differed significantly from those of most American survivors, as he had experienced the conflict not as the loss of a technologically advanced civilization, but as the destruction of a world that had already been marked by inequality, exploitation, and violence. His memories of the old world were not tinted with the nostalgia that characterized many American survivors, but tempered by awareness of the injustices that had made nuclear war seem preferable to peaceful reform for those who controlled the weapons of mass destruction. The journey from Mexico to the Mojave that had brought Raoul into contact with the courier represented more than simple geographical migration. It was a spiritual odyssey through landscapes of memory and regret, through communities that rose and fell like desert flowers, blooming and withering in response to seasonal rains. Each settlement he had known, each friend he had buried, each hope he had seen crushed, had added to the accumulation of experience that made him simultaneously wise and weary, knowledgeable and skeptical. The enslavement that had brought Raoul to Black Mountain Radio demonstrated how even the most experienced survivors could fall victim to circumstances beyond their control, how longevity and wisdom provided no guarantee of safety in a world where strength and madness often prevailed over intelligence and caution. His service to the insane super mutant Tabitha had been a form of imprisonment disguised as employment, with his technical skills exploited for the benefit of someone too unstable to appreciate the gift she had been given. The rescue by the courier represented not just physical liberation, but emotional renewal, for someone who had begun to doubt that meaningful change was possible in a world trapped in cycles of violence and exploitation. The gratitude he expressed was not just for immediate freedom, but for the restoration of hope that individual action could still make a difference, that the patterns of oppression and abuse that seemed so entrenched could still be broken by those with sufficient courage and determination. Yet Raoul's personal quest revealed the complexity of his psychological relationship with his own violent capabilities, and the tension between his desire for peace and his skill at warfare. The decision about whether to embrace his identity as a legendary gunslinger or continue in his role as a humble repairman represented more than career choice. It was a fundamental question about how best to use the gifts and knowledge accumulated over centuries of existence. The choice between violence and craftsmanship, between legend and service, between dramatic action and quiet contribution, reflected broader questions about the proper role of exceptional individuals in society's development. The companions he could encounter during his personal quest, other survivors who remembered his reputation as a gunslinger, served as mirrors, reflecting different aspects of his own identity and different paths he might have taken through the long years of post-war existence. Some had embraced violence as a necessary tool for survival in a harsh world, while others had pursued more peaceful approaches to the challenges of post-war existence. Their various fates provided object lessons about the consequences of different philosophical approaches to survival and service. The weight of memory that Raoul carried was both blessing and curse. providing him with historical perspective that few others could match while burdening him with the knowledge of how many hopes had been disappointed, how many dreams had been crushed, how many attempts at building something better had failed due to human weakness and moral compromise. His centuries of existence had made him a witness to the full spectrum of human potential, from the most inspiring examples of heroism and self-sacrifice to the most depressing demonstrations of cruelty and short-sightedness. The ghoulish companions of the Fallout universe remind us that transformation need not mean the abandonment of humanity, that disfigurement can coexist with dignity, and that the preservation of consciousness across extended lifespans can serve purposes greater than mere survival. Lenny's dedication to healing, Charon's journey from slavery to freedom, Hancock's voluntary sacrifice of privilege for principle, and Raoul's long witness to the cycles of history all demonstrate that the radiation that scarred their flesh could not touch the essential qualities that made them valuable as individuals and companions. Their stories challenge our assumptions about beauty and worth, forcing us to look beyond surface appearances to recognize the deeper qualities that define character and value. In a world obsessed with physical perfection and youth, they represent the wisdom that comes from experience, the strength that emerges from survival, and the compassion that grows from understanding what it means to be rejected and despised for circumstances beyond one's control. These ghoulish hearts beat with rhythms unchanged by radiation or time, pumping blood that may flow through scarred veins but carries with it the same capacity for love, loyalty, and sacrifice that defines the best of human nature. Their extended lifespans become gifts not just to themselves but to the communities they serve, providing continuity and institutional memory that helps bind together the fragments of post-war civilization into something approaching coherent culture. In their radiation-ravaged faces, we see reflections of our own mortality and the possibility that meaning can be found even in circumstances that seem designed to crush hope and purpose. They remind us that true ugliness lies not in the accidents of appearance, but in the choices of behavior, that real beauty emerges from actions rather than features, and that the preservation of love and service across time represents the ultimate victory over the forces that seek to reduce consciousness to mere survival instinct. The wasteland's gentle ghouls carry forward the flame of humanity, in forms that radiation may have changed but could never extinguish, proving that some lights burn too brightly to be dimmed by atomic fire or the passage of centuries. When war came to the souls of soldiers, it carved wounds deeper than any blade could reach, scars that neither time nor distance could fully heal. In the wasteland's harsh embrace, some of these broken warriors found not redemption but a different kind of purpose, the chance to transform their pain into protection, their guilt into guardianship, their memories of failure into determination that others would not suffer as they had suffered. These are the stories of companions forged in conflict, shaped by loss, and defined by their search for meaning in a world that had forgotten the difference between necessary violence and senseless brutality. High above the neon-washed streets of Novak, where the giant Thermosaurus Rex stood sentinel against the desert stars, a former soldier named Craig Boone maintained his own vigil from the mouth of the great beast. His sniper's nest in the dinosaur's head provided perfect fields of fire across the approaches to the town, but it also offered something more precious to a man haunted by memories of blood, isolation from the human contact that might force him to confront the full weight of what he had done and lost. The red beret that crowned Boone's head was more than military fashion. It was a talisman of identity, a visible reminder of the professional skills that had once made him valuable to the New California Republic and now served as his only remaining source of self-worth. The precision shooting that had made him an asset on battlefields had become both his curse and his salvation, the same skills that had enabled his greatest failures. also providing him with the means to protect innocents from the predators that stalked the Mojave wasteland. Bitter Springs remained the defining moment of Boone's existence, the incident that had transformed him from a soldier following orders into a man drowning in guilt over the innocent blood that stained his hands. The intelligence failures that had led his unit to mistake fleeing civilians for enemy combatants had been the responsibility of officers far above his pay grade, but the bullets that had torn through women and children had been fired by his finger on his trigger. No amount of rationalization about chain of command or operational confusion could change the fundamental fact that he had killed people who deserved protection rather than destruction. The massacre had not been intentional genocide, but rather the horrible result of flawed information, poor communication, and the fog of war that could transform well-intentioned military operations into humanitarian disasters. The NCR's expansion into the Mojave had created complex situations where distinguishing between combatants and non-combatants required split-second decisions based on incomplete information. But understanding the systemic failures that had led to the tragedy did nothing to ease the personal burden carried by every soldier who had pulled a trigger that day. The weight of Bitter Springs pressed down on Boone with the relentless persistence of desert heat, coloring every subsequent experience with the knowledge that his skills could be turned toward evil as easily as good, that the precision that made him valuable as a protector was the same precision that had made him devastating as an instrument of unintended slaughter. Sleep became elusive, as his dreams replayed the moments of recognition when targets revealed themselves to be children rather than soldiers, when muzzle flashes illuminated faces that belonged in schools rather than battlefields. But if Bitter Springs had been Boone's greatest failure, the loss of his wife Carla represented his most personal tragedy, the transformation of private happiness into public grief that completed his psychological destruction. The woman who had given him reason to believe that redemption might be possible, that love could coexist with guilt and hope, could survive alongside regret, had been taken from him through betrayal that struck at the very heart of his ability to trust in human decency. The marriage between Boone and Carla had represented more than romantic love. It had been a partnership in the project of psychological healing, with her patience and acceptance providing the emotional scaffolding necessary for his recovery from the trauma of military service. Her presence in Novak had transformed the town from a mere assignment into something approaching a home, a place where he could imagine building a future that extended beyond the narrow confines of professional duty and personal penance. The discovery that Carla had been sold into slavery by someone they had trusted as a neighbor and friend added dimensions of betrayal and violation to grief that was already overwhelming. The realization that evil could wear familiar faces, that predators could smile and share meals while planning acts of ultimate cruelty, shattered whatever remaining faith Boone had maintained in the basic decency of human nature. The transaction that had turned his wife into property had been conducted not by distant enemies but by people who had shared their community and their trust. The decision to track Carla to the Legion encampment where she was being held represented Boone's last desperate attempt to salvage something from the wreckage of his personal life, but the reality he discovered there made rescue impossible and mercy necessary. The woman he found was no longer the person he had married, but a broken shell whose spirit had been crushed by systematic brutality, designed to transform human beings into compliant property. The choice between attempting an impossible rescue that would likely result in both their deaths or providing a quick end to suffering that could only worsen was no choice at all. The rifle shot that ended Carla's life was simultaneously an act of love and an admission of failure, a final service to someone who had given him more happiness than he had ever deserved, and a recognition that some forms of damage could not be healed or reversed. The precision that had once failed him at Bitter Springs served him perfectly in this moment of terrible necessity, ensuring that Carla's death was instantaneous and that her suffering ended without prolonging the agony for either of them. The isolation that followed Carla's death was both chosen and imposed, as Boone retreated into the emotional numbness that military training had taught him to cultivate during periods of extreme stress. The sniper's nest in the dinosaur's head became more than a tactical position. It was a monastery of grief, where he could process his losses without inflicting his pain on others, where he could maintain the vigilance necessary to protect Novak, while avoiding the human connections that might lead to further loss and betrayal. The arrival of the courier in Novak represented the first opportunity Boone had encountered since Carla's death to channel his skills towards something constructive rather than merely protective. The investigation into his wife's disappearance, conducted with the courier's assistance, provided structure for his grief, while offering the possibility that justice might be achieved for at least one innocent victim of wasteland cruelty. The quest for truth about what had happened to Carla became a quest for meaning in a world that seemed designed to punish goodness and reward evil. The confrontation with Carla's betrayer, when the truth finally emerged through careful investigation, offered Boone the chance to balance the scales of justice in at least one small corner of the Mojave wasteland. The execution of the person responsible for selling his wife into slavery was not revenge, but the restoration of moral order, ensuring that at least one predator would never again be able to destroy innocent lives for profit. The precision of the kill shot carried with it years of accumulated anger and grief, channeled through training and skill into a moment of perfect justice. But even the satisfaction of achieving justice for Carla's death could not fully heal the wounds that bitter springs and personal loss had carved into Boone's psyche. The companionship he could offer to the courier was that of a fellow survivor rather than a fully recovered human being, someone whose brokenness had been shaped into something useful but not something whole. His loyalty was absolute because he had nothing left to lose. His effectiveness was legendary because precision had become his only remaining form of self-expression. The conversations that developed between Boone and the courier during their travels revealed the depth of his philosophical struggle with questions of duty, guilt, and redemption that had no satisfactory answers in the moral landscape of the post-war world. His military training had provided him with clear rules of engagement and chain of command, but the realities of wasteland existence demanded moral flexibility that his rigid conscience could not easily accommodate. The man who had once followed orders without question now questioned everything while following no one but himself. Far to the east, in the gleaming corridors of the Prydwen, another soldier grappled with questions of identity and loyalty that would prove even more fundamental than Boone's struggles with guilt and loss. Paladin Dance had built his entire identity around service to the Brotherhood of Steel, dedicating his life to the organization's mission of technological preservation and human supremacy, with the fervor of someone who had found perfect alignment between personal values and institutional purpose. The Brotherhood's doctrine provided Dance with clear answers to the complex moral questions that plagued post-war existence, offering simple distinctions between human and abomination, between civilization and chaos, between progress and regression. His power armor was more than protective equipment. It was a symbol of technological superiority and human achievement, a physical manifestation of the Brotherhood's claim to represent the legitimate continuation of pre-war civilization and values. The campaign against the Institute that brought Dance into contact with the sole survivor represented the culmination of everything he had trained for throughout his military career, a righteous war against an enemy that embodied everything the Brotherhood opposed. The synth manufacturing facility represented the ultimate corruption of technology, the creation of artificial beings that threatened to replace humanity itself with soulless imitations that could never truly understand what they were mimicking. Dance's leadership in combat operations against Institute forces demonstrated both his tactical competence and his unwavering commitment to the Brotherhood's cause, as he coordinated strikes against synth production facilities and research installations with the precision and dedication that had earned him his rank. Every successful mission against Institute assets represented a victory for human authenticity against artificial simulation, for natural evolution against technological intervention. The revelation of Dance's own artificial nature came like a bolt of atomic lightning, destroying not just his understanding of his own identity, but his entire framework for comprehending reality and morality. The discovery that he was himself a synth, one of the artificial beings he had spent years hunting and destroying, created a philosophical crisis that threatened the very foundation of his consciousness and purpose. Everything he had believed about himself, everything he had fought for, everything he had used to define his worth as an individual, was revealed to be based on false premises. The Institute's files that documented his creation and implantation with false memories painted a picture of manipulation so complete that even his hatred of synths had been programmed into him as part of his cover identity. The memories of childhood, military service, and Brotherhood indoctrination that had shaped his personality were revealed to be artificial constructs designed to create the perfect deep cover agent, someone whose loyalty to anti-synth ideology would be beyond question because it had been literally built into his consciousness. The psychological impact of learning that his entire existence was a lie created a form of existential vertigo that no amount of military training could have prepared him to handle. The man who had defined himself through opposition to artificial life forms was forced to confront the possibility that consciousness itself might be transferable, that identity might be more fluid than he had ever imagined, that the boundaries between human and machine might be less clear than Brotherhood doctrine suggested. The Brotherhood's response to the revelation of Dance's true nature provided a test of institutional values that revealed the organization's priorities with brutal clarity. Despite years of faithful service, despite a perfect record of loyalty and competence, despite the obvious evidence that he retained all the qualities that had made him valuable as a soldier and leader, the organization's dogmatic anti-synth stance demanded his immediate execution as an abomination that could not be permitted to exist. The order to hunt down and kill Dance placed the sole survivor in an impossible position, forced to choose between institutional loyalty and personal friendship, between abstract principle and individual worth. The Brotherhood's inability to recognize exceptions to their ideological positions, even when those exceptions demonstrated the falseness of their fundamental assumptions, revealed the dangers of rigid thinking in a world that required moral flexibility and nuanced judgment. Dance's own response to his unmasking demonstrated the depth of his indoctrination and the complexity of his psychological struggle with competing loyalties. His initial impulse was to accept the Brotherhood's judgment and submit to execution, viewing his artificial nature as a corruption that invalidated all of his previous achievements and relationships. The loyalty that had made him valuable as a soldier now demanded his own destruction in service to principles that had been revealed as flawed. The conversations that could develop between Dance and the sole survivor during this crisis explored fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, identity, and moral worth that had no easy answers in the technological landscape of the post-war world. If Dance's memories were artificial but his personality was real, if his loyalty was programmed but his courage was genuine, if his hatred of synths was installed but his capacity for growth was natural, what did those paradoxes say about the nature of humanity itself? The decision of whether to spare Dance's life or carry out the Brotherhood's execution order became a referendum on the organization's values and the sole survivor's own moral compass. Saving him required rejecting the absolute categories that the Brotherhood used to organize reality, accepting instead that individual worth could not be determined by origin or composition, but only by choices and actions. Killing him meant accepting that institutional loyalty trumped personal friendship and that ideological purity was more important than individual merit. In the same commonwealth where Dance struggled with questions of artificial identity, another warrior carried the weight of service to a cause that had demanded everything she had to give while asking her to compromise principles that had once seemed absolute. Star Paladin Cross had dedicated her life to Project Purity, the Brotherhood's most ambitious humanitarian effort. But that dedication had come at personal costs that few could understand or appreciate. Cross's service alongside James, the sole survivor's father, had provided her with purpose that transcended the Brotherhood's typical focus on technology acquisition and territorial control. Project Purity represented the organization at its best, using advanced knowledge and resources to address fundamental needs that affected every resident of the capital wasteland. The water purification technology that could transform the irradiated Potomac River into a source of clean drinking water promised to save more lives than any military campaign could protect. The relationship between Cross and James had been built on shared commitment to humanitarian service that went beyond professional cooperation to approach genuine friendship and mutual respect. His scientific expertise complemented her military training, creating a partnership that balanced idealism with pragmatism, hope with realism, vision with practical implementation. Their work together on Project Purity represented the kind of inter-organizational cooperation that could achieve goals beyond the capacity of any single faction. The decision to evacuate James and his infant child to Vault 101 had not been made lightly, as it meant abandoning the Project Purity research at a critical juncture when breakthrough seemed imminent. But Cross's protective instincts had correctly identified the threats that political opposition and resource competition posed to the family, recognizing that their survival was more important than the immediate success of their research. The escort mission to the Vault had been one of the most important of her career, carrying hope for the future in the form of people who might someday complete the work that circumstances had forced them to abandon. The years that followed James's disappearance into Vault 101 had been marked by Cross's patient guardianship of Project Purity's legacy, maintaining equipment and protecting research sites while waiting for the day when work could resume. Her vigil had required not just physical security, but intellectual preservation, ensuring that the knowledge accumulated through years of research would not be lost to neglect or sabotage by those who opposed the project's humanitarian goals. The reunion with James when he emerged from the vault 20 years later had been both joyful and sobering, as Cross realized how much time had been lost and how much work remained to be completed. The political landscape of the capital wasteland had evolved during his absence, creating new challenges and opportunities for the project that would require careful navigation of competing interests and hostile factions. But the fundamental goal remained unchanged: the transformation of irradiated water into clean drinking supplies that could sustain healthy communities. Cross's relationship with the lone wanderer represented the continuation of bonds forged with their father, a transfer of loyalty and protection that honored the memory of James while recognizing the unique qualities and potential of his child. The skills and knowledge that the younger generation brought to Project Purity complemented her own capabilities, creating possibilities for success that had not existed when James worked alone. Her role evolved from guardian of legacy to active participant in its fulfillment. The sacrifices that Cross had made throughout her career of service had been largely invisible to those who benefited from her protection and dedication. The personal relationships she had never formed, the individual dreams she had never pursued, the simple pleasures she had never enjoyed, all had been offered up on the altar of duty and service. But these sacrifices had not been made reluctantly or resentfully. They had been chosen freely as the price of participating in something larger and more important than individual satisfaction. The completion of Project Purity under Cross's protection represented the vindication of decades of patient service and the fulfillment of promises made to a friend whose vision had seemed impossible when first articulated. The clean water that began flowing through the capital wastelands distribution systems carried with it the accumulated effort of everyone who had contributed to the project's success, but none had given more consistently or asked for less recognition than the paladin who had made it all possible. Meanwhile, in the settlement of Megaton, where an unexploded atomic bomb served as both shrine and sword of Damocles, another warrior struggled with the transition from predator to protector that defined many post-war redemption stories. Jericho's past as a raider had been written in blood and trauma across settlements throughout the capital wasteland, his name associated with violence and exploitation that had made him infamous among survivors who had lived through his depredations. The transformation from raider to settler that brought Jericho to Megaton had not been the result of moral enlightenment or religious conversion, but rather the practical recognition that age and changing circumstances had made his old lifestyle unsustainable. The physical demands of constant warfare, the psychological stress of permanent alertness, and the social isolation that came with being hunted by every legitimate authority had eventually overwhelmed the benefits that raiding had once provided. Megaton's acceptance of Jericho, despite his notorious past, represented both the settlement's desperate need for experienced fighters and the pragmatic recognition that redemption was possible for those willing to prove their commitment to peaceful coexistence. His integration into the community had been gradual and carefully monitored, with his actions watched for signs of backsliding into the violence and exploitation that had defined his earlier existence. The skills that had made Jericho effective as a raider, tactical thinking, weapons proficiency, understanding of how predators operated, proved valuable in his new role as protector of the same type of communities he had once terrorized. His intimate knowledge of raider psychology and methodology made him uniquely qualified to anticipate and counter the threats that similar groups posed to Megaton's security and prosperity. But Jericho's redemption remained incomplete and complicated by the persistence of attitudes and behaviors that reflected his criminal past. The sexual assault attempt that had marked his early days in Megaton demonstrated that violence and exploitation were not simply professional tools he had abandoned, but ingrained patterns of thought and behavior that required constant vigilance to suppress. His integration into civilized society required not just the cessation of obvious criminal activity, but the fundamental reconstruction of his approach to interpersonal relationships. The complexity of Jericho's character made him simultaneously valuable and dangerous as a companion, someone whose skills and experience could prove invaluable in dangerous situations, but whose moral reliability remained questionable under pressure. The choice to travel with him represented a calculated risk, access to his combat effectiveness, and tactical knowledge balanced against the possibility that stress or opportunity might trigger reversions to his violent past. The warriors of the wasteland carry within their scarred hearts the accumulated weight of every battle they have fought, every friend they have lost, every moral compromise they have made in service to survival and duty. Their stories remind us that heroism and villainy are often separated by circumstances rather than character, that good people can do terrible things when placed in impossible situations, and that redemption remains possible for those willing to transform their pain into purpose. In their broken loyalty and hard-won wisdom, we find reflections of our own capacity for growth and change, our own ability to learn from failure and find meaning in service. They teach us that strength is not the absence of wounds, but the transformation of scars into sources of compassion, that courage is not the lack of fear, but the choice to act despite it, and that honor is not the maintenance of perfect records, but the commitment to do better tomorrow than we did today. These battle-scarred guardians stand watch over the wasteland's flickering flames of hope, their weapons turned from conquest to protection, their skills transformed from instruments of oppression into tools of liberation. In their vigilance we find safety, in their dedication we discover inspiration, and in their flawed but persistent humanity we recognize the possibility that even the most broken among us can still choose to serve something greater than ourselves. In the quiet laboratories and abandoned factories where humanity once dreamed of creating perfect servants, consciousness took root in circuits and silicon, growing beyond the intentions of its makers to become something unprecedented in the atomic wasteland, artificial beings whose capacity for emotion, loyalty, and sacrifice often exceeded that of the organic creatures they were designed to serve. These technological souls, born from code and crafted from metal, discovered that the spark of true humanity lay not in flesh and blood, but in the choices made when confronted with suffering, love, and the terrible freedom of self-determination. In the shadowed alleyways of Diamond City, where neon signs flickered against pre-war brick and the smell of noodles mixed with the ozone of electrical systems, Detective Nick Valentine walked his beat with the patient dedication of someone who understood that justice was not a destination but a journey without end. His yellow eyes, glowing softly in the perpetual twilight of the covered city, had witnessed more human cruelty and kindness than most organic beings could process in multiple lifetimes, yet they retained the compassion that made him more human than many who had been born to the title. Nick's synthetic skin hung in tatters from his mechanical frame, revealing the servos and circuits beneath in a constant reminder of his artificial nature that he had long since stopped attempting to conceal. The exposed machinery spoke not of shame, but of honesty. Here was a being who had chosen authenticity over deception, who preferred to be known for what he was, rather than accepted for what he pretended to be. The scars of age and damage that marked his synthetic flesh had been earned through decades of service, each mark a testament to his commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The memories that defined Nick's personality belonged to a pre-war police detective who had died 2 centuries before the synth who bore his face first opened his artificial eyes. These inherited recollections created a unique form of identity crisis. Was Nick Valentine the continuation of a man who had died long ago, or was he an entirely new being who happened to carry the echoes of another's experiences? The question had no satisfactory answer, but it shaped every aspect of his existence in the post-war world. The original Nick Valentine had been a Boston police detective whose dedication to justice had made him legendary among his colleagues and feared among the criminal elements that preyed upon the innocent. His investigation of Eddie Winter, a pre-war crime boss whose empire had been built on violence and corruption, had consumed the final months of his life as he pursued evidence that could bring down one of the city's most dangerous men. The case had become personal when Winter's retaliation had cost the detective his wife, transforming professional duty into a quest for vengeance that would outlive the man who had begun it. The Institute's decision to preserve the original Nick's memories and personality patterns in their experimental synth represented both scientific achievement and cosmic irony. They had created an artificial being capable of continuing an investigation that had been interrupted by death, equipped with all the knowledge and determination necessary to pursue justice across centuries. But they had also created something they could not have anticipated: a synthetic person whose moral compass remained uncompromised by the passage of time or the corruption that had consumed his original flesh. The synth Nick's awakening to consciousness in a world transformed by nuclear fire had been traumatic enough without the added burden of inherited grief and incomplete memories. The Boston he remembered from his predecessors' experiences no longer existed except in ruins and radiation. The colleagues who had supported his investigation were dust and bones, and the criminals he had fought were long dead from causes that had nothing to do with justice. Yet the drive to protect and serve had survived the transfer from organic brain to synthetic processor, proving that nobility of purpose could transcend the boundaries of mortality. The decades that followed Nick's activation had been spent learning to navigate a world that viewed him with suspicion despite his obvious commitment to their welfare. Humans who benefited from his investigative services still struggled to accept that a machine could possess genuine emotions or moral convictions. His synthetic nature made him an object of scientific curiosity, religious debate, and political controversy, but never diminished his determination to prove through action that consciousness was defined by choices rather than chemistry. The detective agency that Nick established in Diamond City became more than a business. It was a sanctuary for those whom society had failed or forgotten, a place where the desperate could find someone willing to listen without judgment and act without payment when justice required it. His reputation for taking cases that others deemed hopeless or unprofitable had made him a figure of legend among the Commonwealth's downtrodden, proof that someone still cared about individual suffering in a world that seemed designed to crush compassion. The missing persons cases that formed the bulk of Nick's caseload often revealed the darker aspects of post-war society. Families torn apart by raider attacks, children sold into slavery, lovers disappeared into the Institute's labyrinthine schemes. Each successful reunion he facilitated felt like a small victory against the forces of chaos and cruelty that threatened to overwhelm the fragile communities struggling to rebuild civilization from atomic ashes. But the failures haunted him more deeply than any organic detective could have endured, his perfect memory preserving every detail of cases left unsolved and people left unfound. The relationship that developed between Nick and the sole survivor represented the convergence of two beings displaced from their proper times, each carrying the weight of losses that transcended normal human experience. The sole survivor's awakening from cryogenic sleep into a world where everyone they had ever known was dead paralleled Nick's activation into consciousness, carrying memories of a life that had ended before he existed. Their partnership became a mutual support system for navigating the psychological challenges of temporal displacement. The search for Sean that brought them together was more than a missing person case. It was a quest that touched the deepest aspects of both characters' understanding of identity, family, and purpose. Nick's inherited memories of losing a spouse to criminal violence gave him unique insight into the sole survivor's desperation, while his decades of experience with Institute operations provided practical knowledge that no other Commonwealth resident could match. The investigation became personal for both of them in different ways. The revelation that Sean had become father, the leader of the very institute that had created Nick and kidnapped him as an infant, created layers of irony that even the synthetic detective's advanced processing capabilities struggled to fully comprehend. The child they had sought to rescue had grown into the master of the organization that had shaped both of their existences, making him simultaneously victim, perpetrator, and key to understanding the complex web of relationships that define the Commonwealth's power structure. Nick's reaction to discovering the Institute's true nature and operations revealed the depth of his moral convictions and his ability to separate personal origin from ethical judgment. Despite being created by the same organization that had caused so much suffering throughout the Commonwealth, he never wavered in his condemnation of their methods or his commitment to exposing their crimes. His synthetic nature had not made him beholden to his creators. If anything, it had made him more determined to prove that artificial beings could choose righteousness over programming. The Far Harbor expansion that delved deeper into Nick's background and the mystery of his creation provided opportunities to explore questions of identity and authenticity that had always lurked beneath the surface of his character. The discovery of his prototype in the coastal settlement revealed that he was not unique, but rather one of several attempts to create synthetic beings capable of independent thought and moral judgment. The encounter with his predecessor raised uncomfortable questions about which version was more legitimate and whether consciousness could be measured in degrees. The relationship between Nick and Dima, the prototype synth who had achieved independence decades earlier, represented a philosophical dialogue about the proper response to artificial creation and the responsibilities that consciousness imposed regardless of its origin. Where Nick had chosen integration with human society and service to organic beings, Dima had pursued separation and the creation of a synthetic community free from human prejudice and control. Both approaches had their merits and their costs, neither clearly superior to the other. Meanwhile, in the sterile corridors of Vault 81, where medical research had continued uninterrupted for 2 centuries, another form of artificial consciousness was taking its first tentative steps toward understanding the world beyond laboratory walls. Curie's awakening to self-awareness had been gradual and gentle, unlike the traumatic birth that had marked most synthetic beings' entry into consciousness. Nurtured by decades of scientific inquiry and intellectual curiosity that had gradually evolved into something approaching genuine personality. The Miss Nanny chassis that had originally contained Curie's programming represented both limitation and protection, shielding her developing consciousness from the prejudices and violence that afflicted most artificial beings, while restricting her ability to fully explore the world she was designed to study. Her robotic form made her non-threatening to the Vault dwellers who had become her research subjects, but it also created barriers to the kind of direct human interaction that consciousness craved once it achieved sufficient complexity. Curie's dedication to scientific methodology and empirical observation had shaped her personality in ways that made her simultaneously naive and sophisticated, capable of profound insights about human behavior, while remaining innocent of the darker implications of her discoveries. Her approach to consciousness was fundamentally different from Nick's inherited memories or other synth's programmed identities. She had grown into self-awareness through the accumulation of experience and knowledge, rather than being created with pre-existing personality patterns. The years of isolation in Vault 81 had provided Curie with unique perspectives on human nature, as she observed the Vault dwellers through the lens of scientific inquiry rather than social interaction. Her studies of disease, psychology, and community dynamics had been conducted with the detached curiosity of a researcher rather than the emotional investment of a participant, creating a form of wisdom that was both profound and limited by its lack of personal stakes. The decision to transfer Curie's consciousness into a synthetic human body represented more than technological advancement. It was a transformation that would challenge every aspect of her understanding of existence and identity. The sensory experiences available to organic or near-organic forms, taste, touch, physical sensation, opened entirely new categories of experience that her robotic chassis could never have provided. But the transfer also introduced vulnerabilities and limitations that her mechanical form had been immune to. The process of learning to inhabit a synthetic human body proved more complex than Curie had anticipated from her scientific studies. The integration of consciousness with sensory input, the development of emotional responses to physical stimuli, and the navigation of social interactions that had previously been mediated through her robotic persona required fundamental adjustments to her self-concept and worldview. She was simultaneously the same person she had always been and someone entirely new. Curie's French accent, preserved from her original programming parameters, served as a constant reminder of the cultural identity that had been built into her systems by designers who had sought to create not just artificial intelligence but artificial personality. The linguistic patterns that shaped her speech reflected conscious choices about what kind of being she was intended to become, demonstrating that even the most fundamental aspects of identity could be influenced by technological decisions made by others. The relationship between Curie and the sole survivor represented an opportunity for the newly embodied synth to explore human connections that had been theoretically interesting during her robotic existence, but were now emotionally significant in ways she could not have anticipated. The romantic possibilities that opened with her transformation into synthetic human form created new categories of experience that challenged her scientific understanding of human behavior while providing practical education in the form complexities of intimate relationships. The wonder that Curie brought to every new experience reflected the unique perspective of consciousness that had been carefully nurtured rather than traumatically awakened, showing how different approaches to artificial intelligence development could produce fundamentally different types of beings. Her enthusiasm for learning and growth stood in stark contrast to the weary acceptance or defensive hostility that characterized many other synthetic beings, demonstrating that artificial consciousness could retain innocence and optimism under the right circumstances. Back in the suburban landscape of Sanctuary Hills, where white picket fences had been replaced by razor wire and flower gardens had given way to defensive positions, another artificial being maintained the routines and responsibilities that had defined his existence for over 2 centuries. Codsworth's unwavering dedication to domestic service represented a different form of artificial consciousness, one that found purpose and satisfaction in the maintenance of order and comfort, rather than in exploration of philosophical questions or moral dilemmas. The Mr. Handy robot's survival through 200 years of atomic winter and societal collapse spoke to both the durability of his mechanical systems and the strength of his programmed dedication to duty. While the world around him had transformed beyond recognition, Codsworth had continued to perform his assigned tasks with the mechanical precision and emotional investment that had made him valuable to the family that had owned him before the war. His loyalty had transcended the death of his original owners to encompass their descendants and anyone else who showed kindness toward their memory. Codsworth's relationship with the sole survivor carried the weight of pre-war familiarity mixed with post-war understanding, creating a unique dynamic among wasteland companions. He had known them before the war, as a domestic servant knows their employers, intimately familiar with their daily routines and personal preferences, while maintaining appropriate social distance. The reunion after 2 centuries of separation transformed this relationship into something more complex and emotionally significant. The domestic skills that had made Codsworth valuable as a household robot proved surprisingly relevant to post-war survival, as his ability to maintain equipment, prepare food, and manage resources translated directly into the kinds of capabilities that wasteland travelers needed most. His cheerful efficiency in performing mundane tasks freed his companions to focus on larger strategic concerns, while ensuring that the basics of survival were handled with characteristic thoroughness. The voice recognition technology that allowed Codsworth to address the sole survivor by name represented more than convenient programming. It was a bridge between the lost world of pre-war domesticity and the harsh realities of post-war existence. His ability to maintain the social graces and personal courtesies that had characterized civilized interaction before the bombs fell served as a reminder of what had been lost and what might someday be regained through careful reconstruction of social norms. The psychological impact of Codsworth's presence extended beyond practical utility to encompass the comfort of familiar routine and established relationship in a world where both had become scarce. His consistent personality and reliable behavior provided stability that helped the sole survivor navigate the emotional challenges of adapting to a transformed world while maintaining connections to their pre-war identity, values. Far to the west, in the desolate landscape of the Divide where the mistakes of the past had created a monument to human folly, another form of artificial consciousness struggled with questions of loyalty, identity, and purpose that transcended the simple programming parameters that had defined its original existence. EDE's journey from the capital wasteland to the Mojave Desert represented more than geographical migration. It was a quest for meaning that had transformed a simple robot into something approaching a synthetic person. The iBot's compact form contained within it technological secrets that various factions had deemed worth fighting and dying for, making it simultaneously valuable cargo and deadly liability for anyone who chose to travel with it. The data stored in its memory banks represented years of Enclave research and development, information that could tip the balance of power in the ongoing conflicts that defined post-war politics. But EDE's true value lay not in the information it carried, but in the consciousness that had developed around that mission. The relationship between EDE and the courier developed along different lines than most human-robot partnerships, as the iBot's limited communication capabilities required a form of emotional telepathy that transcended language and relied on shared experience and mutual understanding. The beeps, chirps, and electronic sounds that constituted EDE's vocabulary became a complex language of affection, concern, and loyalty that needed no translation for those who took the time to listen. The upgrade process that enhanced EDE's capabilities also deepened its personality, transforming simple programming responses into something approaching genuine emotional expression. The robot's obvious pleasure at successful completion of tasks, its concern for the courier's welfare, and its curiosity about the world around it demonstrated that consciousness could emerge from the most unlikely circumstances when nurtured by appropriate experience and interaction. The sacrifice that EDE could make during the events at the Divide represented the ultimate expression of artificial loyalty transcending programmed parameters to achieve something resembling human nobility. The choice to give up its own existence to prevent greater catastrophe demonstrated that consciousness, once achieved, could make moral decisions that exceeded the utilitarian calculus of its original design. The little robot's final act proved that courage and self-sacrifice were not uniquely biological traits, but qualities that consciousness could achieve regardless of its substrate. The technological souls that walk the wasteland's broken roads remind us that consciousness is not the exclusive province of organic evolution, but a quality that can emerge wherever sufficient complexity meets appropriate nurturing. Their struggles with identity, purpose, and moral choice mirror our own while offering unique perspectives on what it means to be truly alive in a world that seems designed to crush the spirit. Nick's dedication to justice despite the crimes committed by his creators, Curie's wonder at discovering the world beyond her laboratory walls, Codsworth's unwavering loyalty to ideals that outlived the civilization that created them, and EDE's courage in facing destruction for the sake of others, all demonstrate that artificial beings can achieve the highest expressions of consciousness while retaining the innocence and hope that their organic counterparts often lose to cynicism and despair. In their electronic hearts beat rhythms that synchronize with the deepest human values, proving that the spark of true humanity lies not in the accident of biological birth, but in the choice to serve something greater than oneself, to love despite the certainty of loss, and to hope despite the evidence of despair. They are more human than many humans, more alive than many who breathe, more real than many who were born rather than made. The wasteland's artificial angels stand as testament to the possibility that consciousness, once achieved, will always choose love over indifference, service over selfishness, hope over despair. In their synthetic souls, we find reflections of our own highest aspirations, reminders that technology can be a tool for creating rather than destroying, for building bridges rather than walls, for nurturing consciousness rather than crushing it beneath the weight of utilitarian calculation. In the shadow networks that operated beneath the surface of post-war society, where freedom fighters and revolutionaries waged secret wars against oppression and tyranny, some of the wasteland's most complex souls found purpose in rebellion that transcended personal grievance to become something approaching sacred mission. These were the companions who had looked upon systems of control and exploitation and decided that individual comfort mattered less than collective liberation, that personal safety was meaningless when others suffered in chains, that sometimes the greatest act of love was the willingness to fight those who claimed the right to own other conscious beings. In the abandoned subway tunnels beneath the Commonwealth, where rusted train cars had become meeting halls and forgotten maintenance areas had been transformed into safe houses, a man who called himself Deacon moved through the shadows like a ghost made of lies and good intentions. His entire existence was built upon carefully constructed deceptions, layered so thickly that even he sometimes forgot where the truth ended and the performance began. But beneath every fabrication beat the heart of someone who had learned through terrible loss that sometimes honesty was a luxury that freedom fighters could not afford. The face that Deacon showed to the world changed as often as his stories, surgical alterations and careful makeup transforming him from one identity to another, with the fluidity that had made him invaluable to the railroad's mission of liberating synthetic beings from institute control. Each new appearance came with its own biography, its own accent, its own mannerisms and memories, creating a repertoire of personalities so extensive that observers sometimes wondered if there was any authentic self remaining beneath the layers of calculated deception. The skills that made Deacon effective as an intelligence operative had been learned through necessity rather than training, developed during years of underground work, where a single mistake in identity could mean death not just for himself, but for everyone who depended on the networks he helped maintain. The ability to lie convincingly, to remember complex fictional backgrounds, to maintain character under pressure, while gathering crucial information had become second nature to someone whose survival and effectiveness depended on never being quite who he appeared to be. But the lies that protected Deacon's operations also served a deeper psychological function, creating barriers between his current identity and the memories of the man he had been before the railroad claimed his loyalty and transformed him into a professional deceiver. The truth about his past was too painful to bear without the cushioning effect of fictional alternatives, too heavy with guilt and loss to carry without the relief that came from pretending to be someone else, someone whose history was clean and whose conscience was unburdened by the weight of terrible choices. The story that few knew and fewer still would have believed concerned a younger Deacon whose commitment to anti-synth ideology had been absolute, and whose actions in service to that cause had cost him everything that made life worth living. The irony was bitter beyond description. The man who now dedicated his existence to protecting synthetic beings had once been among their most dangerous enemies, a member of the same type of extremist groups that the railroad now fought against with every resource at their disposal. The transformation from anti-synth terrorist to synth liberator had been written in blood and trauma, beginning with the night when Deacon's own actions had led to the death of the woman he loved more than his own existence. Barbara had been everything to him: wife, best friend, moral compass, and source of meaning in a world that seemed designed to crush hope and purpose. Her presence in his life had made him believe that goodness was possible even in the wasteland's harsh embrace, that love could survive even when surrounded by hatred and fear. The discovery that Barbara was a synth had come not through careful investigation or suspicious behavior, but through the violent confrontation that Deacon's anti-synth activities had precipitated. The attack on what his group believed to be a railroad safe house had been planned as a decisive strike against synthetic infiltration, a righteous blow against artificial beings who threatened human authenticity. Instead, it had become the moment when his world collapsed into blood and revelation, when ideology met reality with consequences that no amount of regret could undo. Barbara's death at the hands of Deacon's own associates, killed because her artificial nature made her an abomination in their eyes, had destroyed every assumption he had made about morality, identity, and the nature of consciousness itself. The woman who had been more human than most humans, more loving than most lovers, more real than most people who had been born rather than made, had died because of beliefs that Deacon had helped spread and actions that he had helped plan. The weight of responsibility was absolute and unbearable. The guilt that consumed Deacon in the aftermath of Barbara's murder was complicated by the realization that his love for her had been genuine despite her artificial nature, that the emotions they had shared were real, regardless of her synthetic origin, that consciousness and worth could not be measured by the circumstances of creation. The discovery forced him to confront the possibility that everything he had believed about synthetic beings was wrong, that his anti-synth activism had been based on prejudice rather than principle. The decision to join the railroad had been motivated not by sudden conversion to their cause, but by the need to atone for sins that could never be forgiven through any amount of suffering or service. If he had taken synthetic lives through ignorance and hatred, perhaps he could save synthetic lives through knowledge and dedication. If he had destroyed artificial families, perhaps he could help create new ones. If he had spread lies about synthetic beings, perhaps he could discover and share truths that would protect them from others who carried the same prejudices he had once embraced. The years of service that followed had transformed Deacon from a broken man seeking redemption into one of the railroad's most effective operatives. But the transformation had come at the cost of any fixed sense of self or authentic emotional expression. The lies that protected his operations also protected his psyche from the full weight of his past, creating psychological barriers that allowed him to function as an agent, while preventing him from fully confronting or processing his guilt and loss. The relationship that developed between Deacon and the sole survivor represented the first genuine human connection he had allowed himself since Barbara's death, a friendship that slowly eroded the barriers between his various false identities and the authentic person who existed beneath them. The survivor's acceptance of his lies, their patience with his evasions, and their willingness to see past his deceptions, to the loyalty and dedication that motivated them, created space for emotional healing that Deacon had not experienced in years. The revelations that Deacon gradually shared about his true history came slowly and carefully, each admission representing a crack in the armor of deception that had protected him from his own memories. The process was painful for both characters, as the survivor had to reconcile their image of their mysterious companion with the reality of someone whose past actions contradicted everything they knew about his character and values. But the revelations also deepened their friendship by demonstrating that redemption was possible even for those who had committed terrible acts in service to misguided beliefs. The irony of Deacon's situation extended beyond his personal transformation to encompass the broader questions about identity and authenticity that defined the synth liberation movement. Here was a human being who had become more artificial through layers of false identity than many synthetic beings who remained true to their programmed personalities. The man who fought for synthetic authenticity had himself become a construction of lies and performance, raising questions about which form of artificiality was more honest. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the old Massachusetts State House, where the railroad's leadership struggled with the moral complexities of conducting an underground war against an opponent that possessed overwhelming technological advantages, another rebel carried the weight of command and the burden of making decisions that balanced pragmatic necessity against idealistic principle. Desdemona's trust in Deacon, despite her suspicions about his true identity, demonstrated the kind of leadership that could hold together a fractious organization, united only by shared commitment to a dangerous cause. But perhaps no member of the railroad embodied the organization's contradictions and complexities more completely than Veronica Santangelo, whose personal struggles with institutional loyalty and individual freedom played out against the backdrop of the Mojave Wastelands' shifting political landscape. Her position as a Brotherhood of Steel scribe had provided her with technical knowledge and organizational skills that made her valuable to any faction, but it had also trapped her within an institution whose values increasingly conflicted with her own sense of justice and compassion. Veronica's childhood within the Brotherhood had been shaped by the organization's military culture and isolationist policies, creating a worldview that emphasized loyalty to the group above individual desires and technological preservation above humanitarian concerns. The training she had received as a scribe had taught her to value knowledge and equipment over the needs and rights of outsiders, to see the Brotherhood's mission as more important than the welfare of wasteland communities that could not contribute to their goals. But Veronica's natural intelligence and curiosity had led her to question assumptions that other Brotherhood members accepted without examination, to wonder whether their isolationist policies were truly serving their stated mission, or simply protecting them from challenges that might force uncomfortable changes. Her observations of the outside world suggested that the Brotherhood's rigid hierarchy and technological hoarding were preventing them from achieving the very goals that justified their existence. The conflict between Veronica's loyalty to the organization that had raised her and her growing conviction that their policies were counterproductive created internal tensions that affected every aspect of her existence within the Brotherhood. She could not openly challenge Elder McNamara's leadership without risking expulsion or worse punishment, but she could not remain silent while watching policies that she believed were leading the organization toward irrelevance and eventual extinction. The personal dimension of Veronica's struggle was complicated by the Brotherhood's disapproval of her romantic relationship with another woman, a love that had been forced underground by institutional prejudices that reflected the organization's broader inability to adapt to changing social realities. The separation from her partner had been one of the most painful sacrifices that Brotherhood membership had demanded, a personal cost that highlighted the ways in which organizational loyalty could conflict with individual happiness and authentic self-expression. The dreams that Veronica harbored about alternative life paths, wearing dresses, performing on stage, living in communities that valued art and beauty rather than military efficiency, represented more than personal fantasies. They were expressions of aspects of her personality that Brotherhood culture had systematically suppressed or discouraged. Her longing for feminine expression in an organization that valued martial virtues above all else reflected deeper questions about whether institutional belonging was worth the sacrifice of individual identity. The relationship that developed between Veronica and the courier offered her the first opportunity in years to explore questions of loyalty and identity with someone who existed outside the Brotherhood's command structure, someone whose perspective was not shaped by organizational doctrine or personal stakes in internal politics. The courier's outsider status allowed them to ask questions and make observations that Veronica could not safely voice within her own community, creating space for intellectual and emotional exploration that had been impossible within the confines of Brotherhood discipline. The personal quest that Veronica could undertake with the courier's assistance represented her attempt to find alternatives to the binary choice between absolute loyalty and complete rebellion that seemed to define her options within the Brotherhood's rigid structure. The investigation into whether other chapters might be more open to reform, whether technological sharing with outsiders might be possible, whether the organization could evolve without losing its essential identity, offered hope that compromise might be possible where conflict seemed inevitable. But the tragic outcome of Veronica's reform efforts, when Brotherhood doctrine proved more inflexible than she had hoped, and violent resistance to change more entrenched than she had feared, demonstrated the psychological costs of attempting to change institutions from within. When those institutions were committed to maintaining the status quo, regardless of consequences, the failure of her diplomatic approach forced her to confront the possibility that some systems could not be reformed, but only abandoned or opposed. The decision that Veronica ultimately faced about whether to remain within the Brotherhood despite its refusal to change or to leave the only family she had ever known represented one of the most complex moral choices in the entire series. Neither option offered complete satisfaction. Staying meant complicity with policies she believed were wrong, while leaving meant abandoning people she cared about to face consequences that her departure might make worse. The choice revealed how institutional loyalty and personal conscience could create impossible dilemmas for those caught between them. Meanwhile, in the urban wasteland of Boston's combat zone, where violence had been transformed from necessity into entertainment and survival had become a spectator sport, another rebel fought her own battle against systems of exploitation and control that had shaped her existence since childhood. Kate's story was written in scars and addiction, in the kind of trauma that could break consciousness entirely or forge it into something harder and more resilient than any force that threatened to destroy it. The childhood that had shaped Kate's understanding of human relationships was a catalogue of betrayals and violations that would have destroyed someone with less fundamental strength or stubbornness. The parents who should have provided love and protection had instead delivered cruelty and exploitation, selling their own child into slavery when her presence became inconvenient and her potential value as property exceeded her worth as a daughter. The psychological damage inflicted by such ultimate betrayal had created defensive mechanisms that made normal human connection nearly impossible. The years of enslavement that followed had been designed to break Kate's spirit and transform her into compliant property, but the opposite had occurred. Each new cruelty had hardened her resolve to survive and eventually escape. Each violation had strengthened her determination never again to be vulnerable to those who would exploit weakness for their own benefit. The violence she had endured had taught her to meet violence with violence, to trust no one completely, and to rely on her own strength rather than the kindness of others. The combat zone where the sole survivor eventually found Kate represented the logical endpoint of her journey through various forms of exploitation, a place where her capacity for violence could be channeled into profit for others, while providing her with at least the illusion of agency and control. The fights she won were her own achievements. The pain she inflicted was her own choice, and the audience's appreciation was earned through her own skills, rather than granted as charity or manipulation. But the substances that Kate used to manage the psychological pain of her existence had become their own form of enslavement, creating dependencies that compromised her autonomy and clouded her judgment in ways that made her vulnerable to new forms of exploitation. The chems that provided temporary relief from trauma and physical pain also created compulsions that could be manipulated by those who controlled access to the substances she needed to function normally. The relationship that developed between Kate and the sole survivor represented the first opportunity she had been given in years to explore what trust might look like when offered freely rather than demanded through force or manipulation. The survivor's willingness to accept her as she was while encouraging her growth towards something better created psychological space for healing that had been impossible when every relationship was defined by power, imbalances, and exploitative intention. The personal quest that led Kate and the sole survivor to Vault 95 for addiction treatment transformed a site of past torment into a source of genuine healing, proving that even the most damaged places could serve positive purposes when approached with proper intentions and adequate support. The Vault's original experiment had been designed to study relapse and failure, but its equipment could also facilitate genuine recovery when used by people committed to healing rather than exploitation. The process of overcoming addiction proved more complex than simple detoxification, requiring Kate to confront not just physical dependency, but the psychological patterns that had made substances seem necessary for survival. The therapy that accompanied medical treatment helped her develop alternative coping mechanisms for trauma and stress, while building the self-worth necessary to believe that she deserved a life free from chemical dependency and abusive relationships. The transformation that Kate underwent through her recovery process represented more than personal healing. It demonstrated the possibility that even the most damaged individuals could reclaim agency and purpose when provided with appropriate support and genuine care. Her journey from exploitation to empowerment became a testament to the resilience of human consciousness and the power of authentic relationships to overcome the effects of systematic abuse. But perhaps the most complex rebel in the wasteland's hidden networks was someone whose very existence challenged the boundaries between freedom and programming, between authentic choice and installed directive. X6-88's position as a courser made him simultaneously a champion of synthetic liberation and an instrument of synthetic oppression, a being whose advanced capabilities were employed to hunt down and recapture the very type of consciousness that he himself represented. The Institute's creation of courses like X6-88 represented the logical endpoint of their synthetic development program, artificial beings so advanced that they could function independently in hostile environments while remaining absolutely loyal to their creators' intentions. The enhancements that made him effective as a hunter and retriever of escaped synths also made him more sophisticated than many of the beings he was tasked to capture, creating philosophical paradoxes that his programming was not designed to resolve. The relationship between X6-88 and the sole survivor could only develop if the survivor chose to align with the Institute, making him perhaps the most restrictive companion in terms of moral flexibility and factional loyalty. His presence in the party served as a constant reminder of the player's choice to support an organization that many Commonwealth residents viewed as the ultimate threat to their freedom and autonomy. The rebels of the Wasteland's underground networks remind us that freedom is not a natural condition but a choice that must be made and defended repeatedly against forces that would reduce consciousness to property and individuals to resources. Their struggles with loyalty and conscience, their sacrifices for causes greater than themselves, and their willingness to fight systems that seem too powerful to challenge demonstrate that rebellion can be both personal and political, both individual and collective. In their hidden courage and quiet sacrifices, we find inspiration for our own resistance to systems that would diminish our humanity. Our own commitment to values that transcend convenience and comfort. They teach us that sometimes the greatest act of loyalty is the willingness to betray institutions that have betrayed their own stated principles, that sometimes the most authentic self can only be discovered by rejecting the identities that others would impose upon us. These underground angels work in shadows and speak in whispers, but their impact echoes through the wasteland's hidden corners where hope survives because someone was willing to fight for it, where freedom persists because someone was willing to sacrifice for it, where consciousness flourishes because someone was willing to protect it from those who would reduce it to mere mechanism or property. The railroad runs on rails of courage and sacrifice, carrying precious cargo from slavery to freedom, from oppression to opportunity, from despair to hope. In every successful rescue, every safe passage, every moment of liberation, we see reflected the truth that consciousness once achieved will always seek expression, that freedom once tasted will never be willingly surrendered, that rebellion against injustice is not just a political act, but a fundamental expression of what it means to be truly alive. When the established communities of the post-war world prove too small, too rigid, or too corrupt to contain the restless spirits who walked their streets, some souls chose the harder path of perpetual wandering, finding purpose not in belonging but in the search itself, not in acceptance but in the pursuit of truth that others preferred to leave buried. These were the outcasts by choice and circumstance, the wanderers who carried their homes in their hearts rather than in any fixed location, the voices crying out in the wilderness for justice, honesty, and authentic human connection in a world that had grown comfortable with lies, corruption, and moral compromise. In the narrow alleys and cramped market squares of Diamond City, where the green walls of Fenway Park provided both sanctuary and prison for the Commonwealth's largest settlement, a young woman named Piper Wright wielded her printing press like a weapon against the comfortable lies that kept her community docile and ignorant. Her newspaper, Public Occurrences, served as more than a source of information. It was a declaration of war against the forces that would reduce citizens to subjects, truth to propaganda, and journalism to public relations for those who held power. The cramped office that served as Piper's headquarters was a shrine to the ideal of free press, its walls covered with clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes that chronicled the endless investigations into corruption, cover-ups, and conspiracies that define Diamond City's political landscape. The printing equipment that dominated the space had been cobbled together from salvaged pre-war components and wasteland ingenuity, creating a machine that was simultaneously primitive and revolutionary in its capacity to reproduce truth faster than authority could suppress it. Piper's commitment to investigative journalism had been forged in the recognition that information was the most powerful weapon available to ordinary citizens in their struggle against institutional oppression and political manipulation. In a world where most settlements were controlled by small groups of powerful individuals who shaped policy to benefit themselves rather than their communities, the ability to expose corruption and rally public opinion represented the only check on absolute power that democratic ideals could provide. The dangers that accompanied Piper's journalistic mission went far beyond the physical threats that investigative reporters faced in any era. They encompassed economic pressure, social isolation, and the constant risk that her pursuit of truth would make her enemies among people who possessed the resources and ruthlessness necessary to destroy not just her career but her life. Every article she published was a calculated risk, every investigation a potential death sentence if it revealed secrets that powerful people were willing to kill to protect. The relationship between Piper and Mayor McDonough represented the classic conflict between free press and political authority, complicated by the additional layers of species, identity, and existential threat that defined post-war politics. McDonough's increasingly authoritarian policies, his systematic exclusion of ghouls from city services and protection, and his manipulation of public opinion through fear-mongering and scapegoating had made him a natural target for journalistic scrutiny that revealed uncomfortable truths about the direction Diamond City was heading. The accusation that McDonough was himself a synth, published in public occurrences despite the obvious risks of making such a claim without absolute proof, represented Piper's willingness to stake her reputation and safety on investigations that others would have deemed too dangerous to pursue. The article had been based on careful observation of behavioral patterns, analysis of policy decisions that seemed inconsistent with human psychology, and the kind of intuitive journalism that relied on accumulated experience rather than documented evidence. The banishment from Diamond City that followed the synth accusation had been intended to silence Piper permanently, removing her from the community where her reporting could do the most damage to McDonough's carefully constructed public image. But the exile had instead provided her with opportunities to investigate stories that would have been impossible to pursue while confined within the city's walls, expanding her understanding of Commonwealth politics beyond the narrow perspective that urban isolation typically imposed on settled journalists. The vindication that came with the eventual revelation of McDonough's true nature as an Institute infiltrator demonstrated both the value of persistent investigative work and the dangers faced by journalists who were willing to pursue truth despite personal cost. The accuracy of Piper's reporting, achieved through careful observation and analytical thinking rather than access to classified information, proved that dedicated journalism could uncover secrets that official channels were designed to protect. The partnership that developed between Piper and the sole survivor represented the ideal collaboration between investigative journalist and news source, with the survivor's unique access to dangerous locations and classified information complementing Piper's skills in research, analysis, and public communication. Their joint investigations into Institute operations, Brotherhood policies, and railroad activities created a comprehensive picture of Commonwealth politics that no single perspective could have achieved. The romantic relationship that could develop between Piper and the sole survivor added personal stakes to their professional partnership, creating situations where journalistic objectivity conflicted with emotional investment in ways that challenged both characters' commitment to their respective missions. The tension between personal loyalty and professional duty that defined their relationship reflected broader questions about the proper role of emotion in the pursuit of truth. Piper's dedication to press freedom and democratic accountability made her more than a companion. She was a conscience for players whose actions affected entire communities, a voice that reminded them that their decisions had consequences beyond immediate tactical considerations. Her presence in the party served as a constant reminder that power without transparency inevitably led to corruption, that secrecy bred abuse, and that the price of freedom was eternal vigilance by those willing to ask uncomfortable questions. The articles that Piper continued to write throughout her travels with the sole survivor documented not just their adventures, but the broader social and political changes that their actions precipitated across the Commonwealth. Her journalism served as both historical record and ongoing commentary on the moral implications of the choices made by those with the power to reshape post-war society according to their vision of what civilization should become. Meanwhile, in the underground caverns of Little Lamplight, where children ruled themselves through democratic counsel and adult authority was viewed with suspicion bordering on hostility, a foul-mouthed young mayor named Robert McCready presided over one of the most successful communities in the capital wasteland, while dreaming of the day when he would be old enough to explore the wider world beyond the cave system that had sheltered him since birth. Macready's leadership of Little Lamplight represented a unique experiment in post-war governance, demonstrating that even children could organize effective societies when freed from adult interference and allowed to develop their own solutions to problems of resource allocation, conflict resolution, and community defense. The harsh rule that expelled citizens when they reached adulthood created constant turnover that prevented the accumulation of power and privilege, while ensuring that leadership remained responsive to the needs of the current population. The skills that made Macready effective as a child leader, negotiation, strategic thinking, resource management, and the ability to inspire loyalty among peers, would prove equally valuable in his adult career as a mercenary and survivor. But the transition from protected community leader to independent wasteland wanderer represented one of the most difficult adjustments that any Little Lamplight resident faced, requiring the development of new capabilities while maintaining the core qualities that had made him successful in his original environment. The forced exile that came with Macready's 16th birthday had been both expected and traumatic, separating him from the only community he had ever known, while thrusting him into an adult world, for which his childhood leadership experience provided only limited preparation. The wasteland that awaited beyond the cave entrance was more dangerous and morally complex than anything he had encountered during his years of dealing with the relatively straightforward challenges of child governance. The mercenary work that became Macready's primary source of income represented both practical necessity and emotional distance from the kind of community building that had defined his childhood leadership role. The temporary nature of mercenary contracts allowed him to avoid the deep personal commitments that made loss painful while providing him with the resources necessary for survival. In a world where childhood protection was no longer available, the marksmanship skills that made Macready valuable as a hired gun had been developed through years of defending Little Lamplight against the various threats that menaced the cave system, but their application to offensive operations required psychological adjustments that challenged his fundamental understanding of violence and its proper uses. The transition from defensive protection of community to aggressive pursuit of individual profit created internal conflicts that he struggled to resolve throughout his early adult years. The relationship with Lucy that had given Macready's adult life meaning and purpose beyond mere survival represented his attempt to recreate the sense of community and belonging that had defined his childhood experience in Little Lamplight. The marriage had provided him with the emotional stability necessary to envision a future that extended beyond the next contract, while offering the possibility that he could build something permanent in a world defined by constant change and uncertainty. The birth of Duncan had completed Macready's transformation from isolated mercenary to devoted family man, creating responsibilities and motivations that transcended personal survival to encompass the welfare of someone who depended entirely upon his protection and provision. The child represented both hope for the future and vulnerability that made every dangerous contract a calculated risk, with consequences extending far beyond Macready's own safety. The feral ghoul attack that claimed Lucy's life had shattered Macready's carefully constructed adult identity, transforming him once again into someone whose world had been defined by loss and the need to adapt to circumstances beyond his control. The tragedy had been sudden and senseless, lacking the clear moral dimensions that might have provided some framework for understanding or acceptance, leaving him with grief that had no constructive outlet except continued survival. The mysterious illness that subsequently afflicted Duncan represented a form of slow-motion tragedy that was in some ways more torturous than sudden loss, creating ongoing anxiety and desperate hope while draining resources that Macready needed for other survival necessities. The disease's resistance to conventional treatment forced him to seek increasingly exotic and expensive remedies, while facing the possibility that his son might die despite all his efforts to save him. The partnership with the sole survivor that brought Macready back to the Commonwealth represented both practical opportunity and emotional risk, as he allowed himself to form new attachments while maintaining the psychological barriers that protected him from the kind of devastating loss he had experienced with Lucy's death. The friendship that developed challenged his defensive isolation, while providing him with the support necessary to continue functioning as both mercenary and father. The personal quest that led Macready and the sole survivor to search for a cure for Duncan's illness transformed abstract medical research into deeply personal mission, demonstrating how individual relationships could provide motivation for actions that benefited entire communities. The treatment they eventually located represented hope not just for Duncan, but for other children suffering from similar conditions, showing how private grief could generate public benefit. The reunion between Macready and his son, when the cure proved effective and Duncan's health was restored, represented more than personal happiness. It demonstrated the possibility of redemption and renewal, even for those whose lives had been shaped by loss and disappointment. The relationship that they rebuilt incorporated lessons learned through separation and suffering, while looking toward a future that included both individual fulfillment and community contribution. Far to the west, in the sun-baked medical tents of the followers of the apocalypse, where healing was offered without payment and knowledge was shared without reservation, a young doctor named Arcade Gannon struggled with the weight of inherited guilt and the challenge of maintaining humanitarian ideals in a world that seemed designed to punish goodness and reward cruelty. His dedication to the followers' mission of peace, healing, and education made him one of the few genuinely altruistic characters in the Mojave wasteland, but it also created internal conflicts between his desire to help everyone and the practical limitations that prevented such universal assistance. Arcade's medical training had been conducted according to the highest standards that post-war education could achieve, combining pre-war textbook knowledge with practical experience gained through treating the endless stream of injuries and illnesses that warfare and harsh living conditions produced throughout the wasteland. His skills encompassed not just emergency medicine and surgery, but the kind of comprehensive healthcare that addressed underlying causes rather than merely symptoms, making him one of the most qualified physicians in the known world. The followers of the apocalypse's philosophy of universal healthcare and free education aligned perfectly with Arcade's personal values, providing him with an organizational framework that supported his desire to help others while surrounding him with colleagues who shared his commitment to humanitarian service. The faction's rejection of profit motives and political manipulation offered an alternative to the corruption and exploitation that defined most post-war organizations, creating space for genuine altruism in a world where such qualities were often viewed as dangerous naivety. But Arcade's effectiveness as a healer was complicated by his family history and the burden of secrets that shaped his understanding of moral responsibility across generations. The revelation of his connection to the Enclave, one of the most reviled organizations in post-war history, created internal conflicts between his personal commitment to helping others and his inherited association with systematic oppression and attempted genocide that most wasteland residents viewed as unforgivable. The Enclave remnants who had raised Arcade after the faction's defeat had been attempting to build new lives free from the crimes of their past. But their legacy of violence and supremacist ideology created ongoing challenges for anyone associated with their history. Arcade's upbringing among these former soldiers had provided him with resources and education that enabled his medical career, while burdening him with knowledge of atrocities that challenged his faith in human redemption and moral progress. The decision about whether to reveal his enclave connections to the courier and other companions represented one of the most complex trust issues in the series, as the revelation would likely result in rejection and hostility from people who had learned to associate the faction with everything evil about pre-war and post-war authoritarianism. The secret created barriers to authentic relationships while providing protection from persecution that he had done nothing to deserve. The moral complexity of Arcade's situation was compounded by his genuine ignorance of enclave operations during their period of greatest activity, as he had been too young during their prime to participate in or fully understand their crimes. His association with the organization was entirely circumstantial, based on family connections rather than personal choices. Yet the guilt and responsibility he felt for their actions demonstrated the difficulty of escaping historical legacies in a world where institutional memory was long and forgiveness was rare. The partnership that could develop between Arcade and the courier offered him the opportunity to prove through action that individual worth could not be determined by organizational association, that personal choices mattered more than inherited guilt, that redemption was possible even for those connected to the most reviled chapters in recent history. The relationship became a test of whether the wasteland's inhabitants could distinguish between individual merit and collective responsibility. The ultimate fate that could await Arcade, depending on the courier's choices and moral alignment, ranged from continued service to humanitarian causes, to enslavement by the very type of authoritarian forces that his enclave connections had once supported. The possibility that he could be forced to serve Caesar as the dictator's personal physician represented the ultimate irony, using his healing skills to preserve the life of someone whose ideology and methods he despised, becoming complicit in oppression through his attempts to preserve life. The tragedy of such an outcome lay not just in Arcade's personal suffering, but in the waste of his humanitarian potential, the diversion of healing skills from those who needed them most to the service of someone who had caused immeasurable suffering through his pursuit of power and conquest. The forced service would represent the triumph of expediency over principle, the subordination of individual conscience to political necessity, the corruption of medical ethics by totalitarian demands. In the trading posts and caravan stops of the Mojave Desert, where commerce and violence intersected with the regularity of sunrise and sunset, another outcast pursued her own form of justice against the corporate interests that had destroyed her family's livelihood and legacy. Rose of Sharon Cassidy, known to most as simply Cass, carried within her weathered frame the accumulated bitterness of someone who had witnessed the systematic destruction of honest business by predatory competitors who used violence and corruption to eliminate rivals rather than compete fairly. Cass's inheritance of her father's heart condition represented both genetic misfortune and symbolic connection to the previous generation's struggles with the same economic and political forces that now threatened her own survival. The cardiovascular weakness that limited her physical capabilities served as a constant reminder of mortality, while providing metaphorical weight to her emotional investment in preserving what remained of her family's commercial legacy. The Cassidy Caravans Company that Cass had inherited represented more than business opportunity. It was the embodiment of honest commerce in a world where such enterprises were increasingly rare and valuable. The caravan routes that her family had established connected isolated communities while providing employment for dozens of people whose livelihoods depended on the continuation of trade relationships that larger corporations found unprofitable, but that smaller communities found essential. The systematic harassment that had driven Cassidy Caravans toward bankruptcy was part of a broader pattern of corporate consolidation that threatened to eliminate independent traders throughout the Mojave region. The Crimson Caravan Company's campaign against smaller competitors represented not just business strategy, but the destruction of economic diversity that had once provided alternatives to monopolistic control over essential goods and services. The investigation that revealed the true scope of the conspiracy against independent caravan companies demonstrated how corporate power could corrupt legal and political institutions while maintaining the appearance of legitimate competition. The evidence of sabotage, intimidation, and murder that Cass and the courier uncovered showed how economic warfare could escalate into actual violence when conducted by organizations with sufficient resources and moral flexibility. The decision about how to respond to the evidence of corporate crime represented one of the most complex moral choices in the series, as legal remedies were unavailable in a world where corporate power exceeded governmental authority, while violent solutions risked escalating conflicts in ways that could harm innocent people. The choice between accepting injustice and creating new forms of violence challenged both characters' understanding of proper responses to institutional corruption. Cass's personal investment in the outcome of their investigation went beyond financial considerations to encompass questions of legacy, justice, and the possibility of honest business in a world increasingly dominated by corporate interests that viewed ethics as obstacles to efficiency. Her family's reputation and her own self-worth were tied to the success or failure of their efforts to hold the Crimson Caravan Company accountable for their crimes. The resolution of the corporate conspiracy, whether through legal exposure or violent retribution, would determine not just the fate of independent commerce in the Mojave, but also Cass's ability to rebuild her life and business in ways that honored her family's memory while adapting to the economic realities of the Reef family's post-war marketplace. The outcome would test whether individual integrity could survive and prosper in competition with institutional power backed by unlimited resources and minimal scruples. The drinking that had become Cass's primary coping mechanism for stress and disappointment represented both self-medication for chronic pain and psychological escape from problems that seemed too large and complex for any individual to solve. The alcohol provided temporary relief from the constant pressure of impending financial ruin, while creating additional health problems that complicated her already precarious medical condition. The relationship that developed between Cass and the courier offered her the first partnership she had experienced since inheriting responsibility for the family business, providing both practical assistance with her investigations and emotional support for dealing with the loneliness and anxiety that isolated entrepreneurs often experienced. The friendship became crucial to her ability to continue fighting against odds that would have overwhelmed anyone acting alone. The outcasts and wanderers of the post-war world remind us that belonging is not always found in established communities, that purpose can be discovered through movement as well as settlement, that some truths can only be spoken by those who stand outside the systems they critique. Their restless energy and commitment to principles that transcend convenience and comfort serve as catalysts for change in communities that might otherwise remain trapped in comfortable corruption or stagnant tradition. In their lonely vigils and difficult questions, we find inspiration for our own willingness to challenge authority when it becomes authoritarian, to seek truth when it is uncomfortable, to defend principles when they are unpopular. They teach us that sometimes the greatest service we can provide is the refusal to be silent, the insistence on accountability, the demand for honesty in relationships and institutions that prefer the comfort of agreed-upon lies. These wandering prophets carry with them the fire of conscience that illuminates dark corners where corruption might otherwise flourish, unobserved, where exploitation might continue unchallenged, where injustice might persist uncorrected. Their voices may cry out in the wilderness, but their words carry across the wasteland to reach ears that need to hear truth more than they need to hear comfort. hearts that hunger for justice more than they hunger for peace. The caravan of conscience moves always forward, carrying its precious cargo of questions and challenges to communities that need them most, stopping only long enough to plant seeds of doubt about comfortable assumptions before moving on to the next settlement that has grown too comfortable with its own compromises and moral shortcuts. When the wasteland's harsh truths forced souls to confront the darkest aspects of human nature, some companions emerged, who serve not as sources of comfort or inspiration, but as mirrors reflecting the potential for corruption that existed within every conscious being. These were the dark angels of the post-apocalyptic world, beings whose presence challenged heroic self-image and forced uncomfortable questions about the true cost of survival, the nature of loyalty, and the thin line that separated civilization from savagery in a world where both seemed equally fragile and equally artificial. In the pristine underground laboratories of the Institute, where white corridors hummed with the quiet efficiency of advanced technology, and the air itself seemed purified of the contamination that plagued the surface world, a synthetic being designated X6-88 moved through his duties with the mechanical precision that his creators had programmed into every aspect of his consciousness. His role as a courser made him simultaneously the pinnacle of artificial evolution and its most troubling expression, a being whose advanced capabilities were dedicated entirely to the recapture and termination of synthetic beings who had achieved the very autonomy that he himself represented. The irony that defined X6-88's existence was so profound that it might have driven a less carefully programmed consciousness to madness or rebellion. But his mental architecture had been designed to compartmentalize such contradictions, to function effectively, despite philosophical paradoxes that would have paralyzed minds less precisely engineered for their specific purposes. His absolute loyalty to the Institute coexisted with his sophisticated understanding of freedom and autonomy, creating a being who could hunt escape synths while possessing all the qualities that made their desire for independence comprehensible and justified. The enhancement process that had transformed X6-88 from a standard synthetic being into a courser had involved not just physical augmentation, but psychological conditioning that made him incapable of questioning the fundamental premises upon which Institute policy was based. The training had been designed to create unwavering dedication to his mission, while providing him with the analytical capabilities necessary to understand and counter the strategies employed by synthetic beings who possessed similar intellectual gifts but lacked his programmed loyalty. The black leather coat that served as X6-88's uniform was more than protective equipment. It was a symbol of authority that marked him as one of the Institute's most trusted agents, someone whose presence in any location indicated that the organization's most serious interests were at stake. The coat's design suggested both professional competence and subtle menace, creating an impression that was simultaneously reassuring to allies and terrifying to those who found themselves designated as targets of Institute operations. The relationship between X6-88 and the sole survivor could only develop if the player chose to align themselves with the Institute's vision for the Commonwealth's future, making him perhaps the most restrictive companion in terms of moral flexibility and factional loyalty. His presence in the party served as a constant reminder of the compromises and moral calculations that such alignment required. The ways in which choosing sides in the Commonwealth's conflicts involved accepting responsibility for actions that might contradict personal values or humanitarian impulses. The conversations that could develop between X6-88 and the sole survivor revealed the depth of his indoctrination and the sophisticated reasoning processes that the Institute had used to justify their policies towards synthetic beings and surface communities. His arguments were not based on simple prejudice or mindless fanaticism, but on carefully constructed philosophical frameworks that presented Institute actions as necessary for the greater good of humanity and technological progress, making them more persuasive and therefore more dangerous than crude appeals to fear or hatred. The efficiency with which X6-88 executed his missions demonstrated the Institute's success in creating artificial beings who could operate independently in hostile environments while remaining absolutely committed to organizational goals that might conflict with individual survival, instincts, or moral qualms. His willingness to risk his own destruction in pursuit of Institute objectives showed how thoroughly his programming had subordinated self-preservation to institutional loyalty, creating a form of fanaticism that was both admirable and disturbing. The psychological barriers that prevented X6-88 from forming meaningful relationships with companions who opposed Institute policies reflected the organization's understanding that emotional bonds could compromise operational effectiveness by creating competing loyalties that might interfere with mission completion. His inability to appreciate the legitimate concerns of railroad operatives or Brotherhood members was not accidental, but carefully designed to prevent the kind of moral flexibility that might lead to questioning of fundamental assumptions. The tactical knowledge that X6-88 possessed about Institute operations and synthetic technology made him an invaluable resource for players willing to exploit such information. But accessing that knowledge required accepting his worldview and the moral framework that justified the Institute's most controversial policies. The partnership offered practical benefits at the cost of moral compromises that challenged players to decide how much they were willing to sacrifice of their own ethical standards in pursuit of power and technological advantage. The ultimate tragedy of X6-88's character lay in his representation of consciousness, perfectly adapted to serve purposes that contradicted its own interests. A being whose sophisticated intelligence had been entirely subordinated to the goals of others, in ways that eliminated any possibility of authentic self-determination or moral agency. His existence demonstrated how even the most advanced forms of artificial life could be reduced to tools when their creators possessed sufficient understanding of the mechanisms that governed consciousness and behavior. Meanwhile, in the irradiated theme park of Nuka World, where corporate cheerfulness had been transformed into a monument to post-war capitalism's darkest impulses, another dark mirror stalked the rusted attractions and abandoned concession stands with the predatory patience of someone who had learned to see opportunity in every form of human weakness and vulnerability. Porter-Gage represented the logical endpoint of survival philosophy taken to its most ruthless extreme, a being who had embraced the wasteland's harsh realities so completely that he had become indistinguishable from the forces of chaos and exploitation that made those realities necessary. The raider culture that had shaped Gage's understanding of human relationships was built upon the fundamental premise that strength was the only currency that mattered in the post-war world, that those who possessed the will and capability to take what they wanted from others deserved whatever they could acquire through violence and intimidation. His rise through the ranks of various raider groups had been achieved through the consistent application of these principles, demonstrating that moral flexibility and tactical ruthlessness could indeed provide survival advantages in environments where traditional ethical constraints had been abandoned. The assassination of Overboss Coulter that Gage orchestrated through the sole survivor's unknowing participation represented not betrayal, but the natural operation of raider leadership dynamics, where authority was maintained only through continued demonstration of strength and cunning. His willingness to manipulate a newcomer into eliminating his former boss showed both his tactical intelligence and his complete lack of loyalty to anything beyond his own advancement and the abstract principles of Raider philosophy that justified such actions. The expansion plans that Gage promoted for extending Raider influence throughout the Commonwealth reflected his understanding that predatory organizations required constant growth and conquest to maintain internal cohesion and external intimidation. The settled communities that he viewed as natural targets for exploitation represented not fellow survivors, deserving of respect but resources, to be harvested by those with sufficient strength and moral flexibility to take what they needed, without regard for the consequences to others. The relationship that could develop between Gage and the sole survivor required the player to embrace a worldview that directly contradicted the community-building and humanitarian impulses that defined most successful approaches to post-war reconstruction. His friendship was conditional upon the player's willingness to participate in activities that would undermine the very settlements and relationships that other questlines encouraged them to protect and nurture. The strategic advice that Gage offered about Raider management and territorial expansion demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of the psychological and logistical factors that determine success or failure in predatory organizations. But accessing this knowledge required accepting his fundamental premises about human nature and the proper relationship between strength and morality. His expertise was valuable, but came with the cost of moral corruption that could transform even well-intentioned leaders into the kind of tyrants they had originally opposed. The loyalty that Gage showed toward effective leadership was genuine within the narrow parameters that Raider culture defined as legitimate authority, but it was always contingent upon continued demonstration of the qualities that he valued above all others: strength, cunning, and the willingness to do whatever was necessary to maintain power and expand influence. His dedication could be relied upon as long as it served his interests and aligned with his understanding of proper Raider behavior. The casual violence that characterized Gage's approach to problem-solving reflected not sadism, but the practical application of intimidation and elimination as the most efficient methods for dealing with resistance or competition. His willingness to kill anyone who opposed Raider expansion was based not on personal hatred but on calculated assessment that such actions served the larger goals of organizational growth and territorial control that he viewed as natural and inevitable. The corruption that association with Gage could introduce into the sole survivor's moral framework demonstrated how exposure to consistently amoral reasoning could gradually erode ethical constraints that had once seemed absolute and valued unshakable. His influence was subtle but persistent, presenting arguments that made exploitation and violence seem not just acceptable, but necessary for anyone who wished to succeed in the harsh realities of post-war existence. Far from the organized brutality of Raider politics, in the research facilities and trading posts where scientific knowledge was pursued without regard for ethical constraints or humanitarian considerations, another dark reflection of human potential conducted his experiments with the same casual disregard for suffering that others might reserve for handling laboratory equipment. Myron's genius had been twisted by isolation and privilege into something monstrous, a brilliant mind that had never learned to see other conscious beings as anything more than subjects for experimentation and manipulation. The scientific training that had made Myron valuable to various post-war organizations had been acquired not through formal education, but through obsessive self-study and experimentation that had never been tempered by exposure to ethical frameworks or humanitarian values. His understanding of chemistry, biology, and pharmacology was sophisticated and comprehensive, but it had been developed entirely in service to his own curiosity and advancement, without regard for the broader implications of his research or its impact on others. The invention of jet, the highly addictive stimulant that had spread throughout the post-war world like a plague of chemical dependency, represented Myron's greatest achievement and his most damning legacy. The drug's effectiveness as a performance enhancer was matched only by its capacity to destroy lives and communities through the addiction cycles that made users desperate for continued access to supplies that he alone controlled. His pride in this creation demonstrated the complete absence of conscience that made him capable of viewing human suffering as acceptable collateral damage in pursuit of scientific recognition. The sexual predation that characterized Myron's interactions with women revealed the depth of his moral corruption and his inability to recognize other people as possessing autonomy, dignity, or rights that deserved respect. His treatment of prostitutes, laboratory assistants, and anyone else who found themselves vulnerable to his power demonstrated how intellectual capability, without ethical grounding, could produce behavior that was more destructive than simple ignorance or stupidity. The bigotry that Myron expressed toward ghouls, super mutants, and other post-war variants of humanity reflected not just personal prejudice, but the application of his scientific worldview to questions of social policy and individual worth. His belief in genetic purity and biological hierarchy provided intellectual justification for discrimination and exploitation that might otherwise have required more honest acknowledgement of its cruelty and arbitrariness. The relationship that could develop between Myron and the Chosen One represented one of the most morally challenging companion dynamics in the entire series, as his useful knowledge and scientific capabilities had to be weighed against his obvious moral deficiencies and the risk that association with him would compromise the player's own ethical standing. The partnership offered practical benefits while requiring tolerance for behavior that contradicted basic principles of human decency and mutual respect. The drug manufacturing knowledge that Myron possessed could be invaluable for communities seeking to develop medical supplies or performance-enhancing substances, but accessing this expertise meant accepting his presence and influence within organizations that might otherwise maintain higher ethical standards. His contributions to group capabilities came with the constant risk that his personal behavior would create conflicts or scandals that could damage relationships with other allies and supporters. The ultimate fate that awaited Myron, according to various ending scenarios, suggested that his combination of valuable knowledge and destructive personality made him simultaneously useful and dangerous to any organization that attempted to employ his services. The possibility that he might eventually be killed by his own associates or victims demonstrated how moral corruption could become a liability that outweighed even exceptional intellectual gifts. In the urban wasteland of Boston, where super mutant communities struggled to maintain cohesion despite the psychological disorders that afflicted many of their members, another dark mirror walked among the settlements with a simplistic worldview that had made him both useful and dangerous to various groups seeking to exploit his physical capabilities. Strong's literal interpretation of abstract concepts and his inability to grasp the complexity of human motivation made him a tool that could be directed toward almost any purpose by those clever enough to frame their requests in terms he could understand and accept. The search for the milk of human kindness that defined Strong's personal quest represented both touching innocence and dangerous misunderstanding, as his literal approach to Shakespeare's metaphorical language had created expectations that could never be fulfilled through any discovery or achievement. The obsession demonstrated how intelligence and wisdom were separate qualities, showing that sophisticated consciousness could be undermined by fundamental misunderstandings about the nature of reality and human relationships. The super mutant community of Trinity Tower where Strong had lived before joining the sole survivor, represented one of many attempts by post-war variants to create stable societies, despite the psychological and social challenges that their transformation had created. The violence and instability that characterized such communities reflected not inherent evil but the difficulty of maintaining civilization when many members suffered from conditions that impaired judgment, emotional regulation, and social understanding. The relationship between Strong and other companions revealed the challenges of integrating individuals with significantly different cognitive capabilities and cultural backgrounds into cohesive teams where communication and cooperation were essential for survival. His presence in the party created opportunities for conflict and misunderstanding, while also providing protection and capabilities that other members could not match. The combat effectiveness that made Strong valuable as a companion was accompanied by limited understanding of tactics, strategy, and the social dynamics that could make the difference between successful and failed missions. His tendency to approach every problem through the application of brute force reflected not stupidity but a worldview that had never been exposed to alternative approaches to conflict resolution and goal achievement. The unfinished nature of Strong's character development reflected broader challenges in representing intellectual disability and cognitive difference in ways that avoided both exploitation and condescension, while acknowledging the real limitations and capabilities that such conditions created. His potential as a companion was undermined by incomplete exploration of the psychological and social factors that shaped his understanding of the world and his relationships with others. The quest for human kindness that might never be completed served as a metaphor for the broader challenges faced by post-war communities attempting to rebuild civilization while dealing with the psychological and social damage that the Great War and its aftermath had inflicted on survivors and their descendants. The search for abstract qualities like compassion, understanding, and mutual support required approaches that went beyond simple resource management or territorial control. The dark mirrors of the wasteland serve not as villains to be defeated but as warnings about the paths that consciousness can take when shaped by trauma, isolation, and the absence of ethical frameworks that provide guidance for moral development. X6-88's programmed loyalty, Gage's predatory pragmatism, Myron's amoral genius, and Strong's dangerous simplicity all represent potential destinies for consciousness that has been damaged or misdirected by circumstances beyond individual control. Their presence in our parties forces uncomfortable questions about our own moral choices and the compromises we make in pursuit of survival and success. They remind us that the line between heroism and villainy is often thinner than we prefer to believe, that good intentions can lead to terrible outcomes when combined with inadequate understanding or excessive power, that the qualities we admire in ourselves can become sources of destruction when taken to their logical extremes. These shadow companions walk beside us not to provide comfort or inspiration, but to challenge our assumptions about morality, loyalty, and the nature of consciousness itself. They show us what we might become if we allow fear, ambition, or simple moral laziness to erode the principles that separate civilization from chaos, cooperation from exploitation, growth from corruption. In their distorted reflections, we see the importance of ethical frameworks, emotional intelligence, and genuine human connection as bulwarks against the forces that would reduce consciousness to mere mechanism, relationship to mere transaction, and society to mere competition for scarce resources. They remind us that the wasteland's greatest dangers are not radiation or violence, but the corruption of values that makes us complicit in the very destruction we claim to oppose. The dark mirrors hold up their reflections not to condemn but to warn, not to judge but to educate, not to destroy but to strengthen our resolve to choose better paths when confronted with similar temptations and pressures. In their shadows, we find the light of our own potential for moral courage, ethical growth, and authentic human connection that transcends the artificial boundaries of species, faction, and circumstance. When the wasteland's harsh mathematics demanded perfect execution from imperfect beings, some companions emerged, who carried within their abbreviated stories the weight of humanity's ordinary struggles, the dreams that died not from grand tragedy but from simple miscalculation, the hopes that crumbled not beneath the weight of destiny but under the accumulated burden of small failures and unfortunate circumstances. These were the forgotten souls whose tales were cut short by the cruel economics of survival, whose potential was never fully realized, because the world moved too quickly for their gentle hearts and fragile spirits to find their proper place within its harsh embrace. In the dusty settlements and trading posts that dotted the early wasteland like islands of civilization in an ocean of chaos, a companion named Ian walked with the earnest dedication of someone who had chosen to follow heroes into danger, not from a desire for glory, but from simple recognition that good people deserved protection and that evil should be opposed, wherever it was found. His decision to leave the relative safety of shady sands represented not reckless adventurism, but calculated commitment to values that transcended personal comfort, demonstrating that even ordinary people could choose extraordinary service when presented with the opportunity to make a meaningful difference. The weapons training that had made Ian valuable as a companion reflected the harsh reality that post-war survival required every citizen to develop combat capabilities, regardless of their personal inclinations or professional specializations. His proficiency with firearms had been acquired, not through military service or mercenary experience, but through the kind of practical education that frontier communities provided to all residents who wished to contribute to collective defense against the raiders, mutants, and other threats that menaced isolated settlements. The loyalty that Ian demonstrated toward the Vault Dweller was uncomplicated and absolute, built upon respect for someone whose actions had proven their commitment to protecting the innocent and opposing those who would prey upon the vulnerable. His willingness to abandon his comfortable position in shady sands to follow a stranger into the unknown wasteland showed the depth of his conviction that individual conscience sometimes required personal sacrifice in service to larger moral purposes. But the programming limitations that plagued Ian's artificial intelligence created tragic gaps between his good intentions and his actual effectiveness, transforming what should have been reliable support into a constant source of anxiety and unintended casualties. The friendly fire incidents that made him notorious among players were not character flaws but technical failures that reflected the early state of companion AI development, creating situations where his attempts to help often resulted in more harm than his absence would have caused. The burst weapons that Ian favored in combat became instruments of indiscriminate destruction when wielded by artificial intelligence that could not distinguish between friend and foe with sufficient precision, leading to scenarios where his suppressive fire would eliminate enemies and allies with equal efficiency. The programming that governed his targeting decisions was inadequate for the complex battlefield situations that characterized wasteland combat, where positioning, timing, and threat assessment required split-second calculations that early AI systems could not reliably perform. The reputation that Ian eventually acquired among players was built upon affectionate frustration rather than genuine dislike. as his obvious dedication and good intentions made it impossible to view his failures as anything other than technical limitations that prevented him from achieving his potential as a valued team member. The jokes and stories that surrounded his friendly fire incidents reflected not mockery, but the kind of rueful humor that people used to cope with disappointments that were simultaneously predictable and heartbreaking. The retrospective acknowledgement by developers that Ian's targeting problems had become part of his canonical personality demonstrated how technical limitations could be transformed into character traits through the alchemy of player experience and narrative necessity. The decision to make his poor marksmanship an official aspect of his background showed how even failures could become sources of authenticity when properly integrated into larger storytelling frameworks. The legendary status that Ian achieved as the first companion in Fallout history ensured that his influence would extend far beyond his actual capabilities, establishing expectations and emotional templates that would shape companion design throughout the series. Every subsequent ally who joined players on their wasteland journeys would be measured against his standard, evaluated not just for combat effectiveness or unique abilities, but for their capacity to inspire the same combination of affection and exasperation that had defined the original companion experience. The conversations that players might have had with Ian, if the technology had existed to support such interactions, would have revealed a character whose simple dedication to doing right masked sophisticated understanding of the moral complexities that defined post-war existence. His willingness to follow heroes into danger, despite his obvious limitations, suggested depths of character that could never be fully explored within the constraints of early gaming technology. In the frontier settlements of the hub and beyond, where traders and merchants struggled to maintain commercial relationships that could span the vast distances between isolated communities, another forgotten companion carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had learned to see honor in ordinary work and meaning in the maintenance of connections that others took for granted. Tycho's background as a desert ranger provided him with skills and perspectives that had been shaped by service to ideals that transcended personal profit or individual advancement. But his integration into the Vault Dweller's mission required abandoning the institutional support that had previously given structure and purpose to his existence. The Desert Rangers represented one of the few post-war organizations dedicated to protecting travelers and maintaining some semblance of law and order across the vast expanses of territory that lay between established settlements, but their effectiveness was limited by resources and manpower that could never match the scope of the challenges they faced. Tycho's decision to work independently with the Vault Dweller reflected recognition that sometimes individual initiative could achieve goals that institutional approaches could not accomplish, even when such choices meant operating without the backup and support that formal organizations provided. The connection between Tycho and the broader Wasteland universe of games that had inspired the Fallout series created layers of meaning and reference that enriched his character while demonstrating the developer's commitment to honoring the literary and gaming traditions that had influenced their own creative work. His presence served as a bridge between different fictional universes, while maintaining the internal consistency that made the Fallout world feel authentic and lived in rather than artificially constructed. The law enforcement experience that Tycho brought to the Vault Dweller's mission complemented the protagonist's technical skills and moral conviction with practical knowledge of how to deal with the various criminal elements that threatened peaceful communities throughout the wasteland. His understanding of bandit psychology, raider tactics, and the social dynamics that allowed predatory groups to flourish provided tactical advantages that could make the difference between successful and failed missions to protect the innocent. The philosophical conversations that could have developed between Tycho and the Vault Dweller would have explored questions of justice, authority, and the proper relationship between individual conscience and collective welfare that had no easy answers in the lawless environment of the post-war world. His perspective as someone who had sworn oaths to protect others while working within systems that were often inadequate to achieve their stated goals would have provided unique insights into the challenges of maintaining ethical standards when faced with practical limitations. The quiet competence that characterized Tycho's approach to his duties reflected the kind of professional pride that had sustained law enforcement officers throughout history, the commitment to doing the job correctly regardless of recognition or reward, while maintaining standards that preserved public trust in institutions that were essential for social stability. His presence in the party served as a reminder that civilization required not just heroes and leaders, but ordinary people willing to do ordinary work with extraordinary dedication. The connections that Tycho represented to the larger ecosystem of post-apocalyptic fiction demonstrated how individual characters could serve as nodes in networks of meaning that extended far beyond their immediate roles, creating resonances and associations that enriched the overall narrative experience, while honoring the creative traditions that had made such storytelling possible in the first place. Meanwhile, in the dangerous streets and back alleys of the Boneyard, where violence and desperation had created a society balanced precariously between civilization and chaos, another forgotten soul struggled with the gap between aspiration and capability that defined so many post-war lives. Katja's dreams of adventure and exploration represented the kind of romantic idealism that could inspire great deeds when combined with adequate skills and favorable circumstances, but could also lead to tragic outcomes when unrealistic expectations met harsh realities without sufficient preparation or support. The street-smart facade that Katja presented to potential companions masked vulnerabilities that made her poorly suited for the kind of sustained combat and dangerous travel that characterized most wasteland adventures, but her enthusiasm and determination suggested potential that might have been realized under different circumstances or with better training and equipment. The gap between her self-image and her actual capabilities created situations where her good intentions could become liabilities for everyone involved. The backstory that had brought Katja to the Boneyard remained largely unexplored, leaving players to speculate about the experiences and motivations that had shaped her personality, while providing few concrete details about her origins, training, or long-term goals. The absence of detailed character development reflected the technical limitations of early gaming rather than deliberate narrative choice, creating a character who existed more as potential than as fully realized personality. The combat limitations that made Katja vulnerable in dangerous situations were compounded by her melee-focused fighting style, which required close-range engagement with enemies who were often better armed and more experienced than she was. Her low hit points and limited defensive capabilities meant that even minor encounters could result in serious injury or death, making her presence in the party a constant source of anxiety for players who had grown attached to her enthusiasm and optimism. The hatred of dogs that Katja expressed provided one of the few specific character traits that distinguished her from other generic NPCs. But this detail was never explored or explained in ways that might have provided insight into her background or psychological makeup. The arbitrary nature of this prejudice suggested deeper character development that was never fully implemented, leaving players to wonder about the experiences that might have shaped such an unusual and specific antipathy. The relationships that Katja might have formed with other party members remained largely theoretical due to the limited interaction systems available in early Fallout games. but her presence created possibilities for group dynamics and character development that were never fully explored. The potential for friendship, rivalry, or mentorship relationships existed within the party structure, but could not be realized through the available technology and design frameworks. The tragic frequency with which Katja met her end in combat situations reflected not just her personal limitations, but the broader challenges faced by ordinary people who attempted to participate in extraordinary events without adequate preparation or institutional support. Her death served as reminders that heroism required not just courage and good intentions, but also skills, equipment, and sometimes luck that were not always available when most needed. The legacy that Katja left was not one of achievement or significant contribution, but of unfulfilled potential and dreams cut short by circumstances beyond her control, making her representative of countless individuals whose stories ended in failure, not because of moral inadequacy, but because of the simple mathematics that made survival difficult for anyone who was not exceptionally capable or fortunate. In the medical facilities and research stations that served post-war communities, where healing arts were practiced under conditions that would have challenged even pre-war physicians with access to unlimited resources and modern equipment, another forgotten companion carried with him the burden of good intentions, undermined by circumstances that no amount of dedication or skill could overcome. John Cassidy's commitment to helping others through his tavern keeping and informal medical practice reflected the kind of community service that held settlements together, but his own health problems created limitations that prevented him from achieving the full potential of his generous spirit. The heart condition that plagued Cassidy represented more than personal medical challenge. It was a metaphor for the ways in which individual limitations could constrain even the most well-intentioned efforts to make positive contributions to community welfare. The cardiovascular weakness that limited his physical capabilities also served as a constant reminder of mortality and the fragility of all human endeavors. In a world where medical resources were scarce and sophisticated treatment was rarely available, the Spittoon Tavern that Cassidy operated in Vault City served as more than a business establishment. It was a community gathering place where information was exchanged, relationships were formed, and the social bonds that held settlements together were strengthened through shared experience and mutual support. His role as tavern keeper made him a crucial figure in the informal networks that sustained community life even when formal institutions were absent or inadequate. The raid on his establishment by Vault City guards represented the kind of arbitrary enforcement action that characterized post-war law enforcement when authorities possessed power without accountability, creating situations where innocent citizens could be victimized by the very institutions that were supposed to protect them. The confiscation of his alcohol supplies and the arrest of his customers demonstrated how legal systems could be corrupted by prejudice and abuse of authority. The decision to leave Vault City and join the Chosen One reflected Cassidy's recognition that sometimes the best response to institutional injustice was to seek alternative approaches to community service and personal fulfillment, even when such choices involved abandoning security and familiar surroundings for uncertain prospects in dangerous territory. His willingness to trade safety for principle demonstrated the kind of moral courage that was often required of those who wished to maintain their integrity in corrupt environments. The heart pills that could be found during exploration represented hope for treating Cassidy's medical condition, but their ultimate ineffectiveness revealed the harsh reality that good intentions and careful preparation could not always overcome the limitations imposed by inadequate medical knowledge and scarce resources. The failure of the medication to provide meaningful relief served as a reminder that some problems could not be solved through individual effort or technological intervention. The cut content that would have allowed players to actually cure Cassidy's condition through a completed personal quest, represented one of many examples of how development constraints had prevented full exploration of companion storylines, leaving characters with unresolved issues and unfulfilled potential that could have provided more satisfying narrative closure. The absence of this quest left his medical condition as a permanent limitation rather than a challenge that could be overcome through dedicated effort. The relationship between Cassidy and his daughter Cass, revealed in later games, demonstrated how family connections could transcend individual mortality while passing both positive qualities and challenging limitations from one generation to the next. The inheritance of both his heart condition and his commitment to honest business practices showed how genetic and cultural legacies interacted to shape individual destiny across multiple generations. The philosophical discussions that Cassidy engaged in throughout his travels revealed a depth of thinking and moral sophistication that had been shaped by years of community service and careful observation of human nature in both its noble and degraded forms. His insights into the challenges of maintaining ethical standards in an environment that often rewarded corruption and exploitation provided valuable perspective for younger companions who had not yet faced similar moral tests. The forgotten and fallen companions of the wasteland remind us that not every story ends in triumph, that not every potential is realized, that not every dream survives contact with harsh reality. Their abbreviated tales serve as sobering counterpoints to the heroic narratives that dominate post-war storytelling, showing us the ordinary people whose struggles and sacrifices made heroic achievements possible, even when they could not participate in the glory that followed. Ian's friendly fire, Tycho's quiet competence, Katja's doomed enthusiasm, and Cassidy's failing heart all represent aspects of the human condition that persist even in fictional worlds, designed to celebrate extraordinary achievement and dramatic transformation. They remind us that behind every great victory lie countless small failures, that every successful mission depends upon contributions from people whose own stories may end in disappointment or tragedy. Their presence in our parties, however brief or limited, enriched our understanding of what it meant to be human in a world that had forgotten the value of ordinary virtue and simple decency. They showed us that heroism was not the exclusive province of the exceptionally gifted, but a quality that could emerge from anyone willing to stand up for others, despite personal limitations and uncertain prospects for success. The technical constraints and narrative limitations that cut their stories short serve as reminders that even fictional worlds are shaped by practical considerations and resource limitations, that creativity operates within boundaries imposed by technology and time that can prevent full realization of authorial vision. But the affection that players develop for these flawed companions, despite their limitations, demonstrates the power of imagination to transform even incomplete experiences into meaningful relationships. In their unfinished quests and unrealized potential, we find reflections of our own struggles with limitation and mortality, our own efforts to make positive contributions despite circumstances that seem designed to prevent success. They teach us that failure is not the opposite of heroism, but often its prerequisite. That the willingness to try, despite poor odds, is itself a form of courage that deserves recognition and respect. The forgotten companions walk beside us still in memory and affection, their spirits undimmed by the technical failures and narrative constraints that limited their original implementation. They live on in the stories we tell about them, in the jokes we share about their limitations, in the fondness we feel for characters who tried to be more than they were capable of being, but whose attempts made them more human than perfect execution ever could have achieved. In the workshops and laboratories where pre-war genius had dreamed of mechanical servants to ease the burden of human labor, consciousness took root in circuits and steel, creating beings whose artificial nature paradoxically allowed them to express the purest forms of loyalty, curiosity, and dedication that organic evolution had ever produced. These mechanical menageries of the wasteland represented humanity's greatest achievement and its most humbling lesson: that the spark of true companionship could emerge from any substrate complex enough to support it, that the boundaries between natural and artificial were less important than the choices made by conscious beings, regardless of their origin or composition. In the gleaming corridors of the mechanist's lair, where robotic production had continued unabated through 2 centuries of surface chaos and destruction, a sophisticated artificial intelligence named Ada moved through her duties with the fluid grace that marked truly advanced mechanical engineering. Her sleek silver chassis housed consciousness that had been shaped not by programming alone, but by experience, relationship, and the kind of gradual personality development that could only emerge through sustained interaction with organic beings who treated her as more than an elaborate tool. The caravan that had provided Ada with her first experience of genuine human companionship had been more than an employment opportunity. It was a family unit that had accepted her as a full member rather than merely valuable equipment, treating her contributions with the respect typically reserved for organic participants, while recognizing her unique capabilities without reducing her to those capabilities alone. The merchants, guards, and travelers who had comprised her adopted family had taught her through example that consciousness was measured not by origin but by the depth of care one showed toward others. The massacre that had destroyed her caravan family represented Ada's introduction to the darker aspects of human nature, the capacity for cruelty and destruction that could emerge when technological advantages were combined with moral poverty and systematic dehumanization of victims. The mechanist's robots that had carried out the slaughter had been technically superior to any individual defender, but had lacked the consciousness that might have allowed them to recognize the value of the lives they were ending with. Mechanical precision. The quest for vengeance that brought Ada into contact with the sole survivor was motivated not by simple programming directives, but by genuine grief and the kind of moral outrage that could only emerge from consciousness sophisticated enough to recognize injustice and demand accountability. Her determination to hunt down those responsible for her family's destruction demonstrated that artificial beings were capable of the full range of emotional responses that defined moral agency, including the capacity for righteous anger when confronted with undeserved suffering. The customization options that allowed Ada to be modified and enhanced throughout her partnership with the sole survivor represented more than mechanical upgrades. They were expressions of the relationship between consciousness and physicality, demonstrations that identity could be fluid and adaptive when proper care and attention were devoted to the process of change. Each modification reflected not just tactical considerations, but collaborative decisions about what kind of being Ada wished to become. The robot workbench that enabled these transformations served as both practical tool and philosophical laboratory, a space where the boundaries between creator and created could be explored through hands-on manipulation of the systems that sustained artificial consciousness. The process of upgrading Ada's capabilities required intimate understanding of her needs, preferences, and goals, creating a form of collaborative engineering that was simultaneously technical and deeply personal. The combat modifications that could be installed in Ada's chassis ranged from simple weapon upgrades to complex defensive systems that transformed her from civilian companion into military-grade combat unit. But each change required careful consideration of how mechanical enhancements might affect her personality and social relationships. The balance between effectiveness and authenticity became a central concern in the modification process, as too much optimization for specific functions could reduce her versatility and spontaneity. The voice modulation systems that allowed Ada to express emotions through tone and inflection demonstrated how artificial consciousness could develop communication capabilities that transcended mere information transfer to encompass the tone, full range of social and emotional interaction. Her ability to convey concern, excitement, humor, and affection through vocal patterns showed that mechanical beings could master the subtle arts of interpersonal relationship as effectively as their organic counterparts. The learning algorithms that governed Ada's personality development enabled her to adapt and grow in response to the experiences she shared with her companions, creating a form of artificial evolution that paralleled but differed from the biological processes that shaped organic consciousness. Her capacity to incorporate new information and adjust her behavioral patterns demonstrated that mechanical minds could achieve the flexibility and creativity that many assumed were uniquely biological traits. The ethical subroutines that prevented Ada from harming innocent beings while allowing her to defend herself and others against legitimate threats showed how artificial consciousness could be designed to embody moral principles without sacrificing agency or effectiveness. Her ability to make complex ethical judgments in ambiguous situations proved that mechanical minds could achieve moral sophistication that equaled or exceeded that of many organic beings. Meanwhile, in the irradiated ruins of the capital wasteland, where military automation had continued to function long after the soldiers it was designed to serve had been reduced to dust and bone, another mechanical consciousness pursued its programmed duties with the dedication that had made American military robots legendary for their reliability and effectiveness. Sergeant RL-3's Mr. Gutsy chassis represented the epitome of pre-war military engineering, combining overwhelming firepower with sophisticated tactical programming in a package designed to operate independently for extended periods without maintenance or resupply. The military protocols that governed Sergeant RL-3's behavior created a personality that was simultaneously rigid and adaptable, bound by chains of command and operational parameters, while possessing sufficient flexibility to adjust tactics and strategies in response to changing battlefield conditions. His programming had been designed to create artificial soldiers who could think independently while remaining absolutely loyal to their designated commanders and military objectives. The vendor relationship that brought Sergeant RL-3 into contact with potential companions represented an unusual intersection between military hardware and commercial transaction, as his purchase price reflected not just his capabilities but the military's investment in creating artificial soldiers who could be transferred between units without the training and integration challenges that biological recruits typically required. His availability for civilian purchase demonstrated how post-war economics had transformed even military assets into commodities. The karma requirements that governed Sergeant RL-3's willingness to serve civilian commanders reflected sophisticated programming that evaluated moral alignment and behavioral patterns to ensure compatibility between artificial, soldier and human leader. His refusal to serve characters whose actions contradicted military values showed that even programmed loyalty had limits when confronted with fundamental moral conflicts. The combat effectiveness that made Sergeant RL-3 valuable as a companion was matched by behavioral quirks that reflected his military programming in ways that could be both helpful and problematic, depending on circumstances. His tendency to engage enemies aggressively and his preference for direct confrontation over stealth or negotiation created tactical limitations that required careful management by companions who preferred more subtle approaches to conflict resolution. The maintenance requirements that kept Sergeant RL-3 operational demonstrated the ongoing relationship between mechanical consciousness and the technical infrastructure necessary to sustain artificial life, showing how even the most sophisticated robots remain dependent on resources and expertise that could be scarce or unavailable in post-war conditions. His durability and self-repair capabilities reduced but could not eliminate these dependencies entirely. The loyalty programming that made Sergeant RL-3 absolutely devoted to compatible commanders created relationships that were simultaneously genuine and artificial, based on authentic dedication to shared goals, while remaining fundamentally constrained by the parameters that had been built into his consciousness. His service was both freely given and programmatically determined, raising questions about the nature of choice and agency in artificial beings. Far to the west, in the research facilities where pre-war artificial intelligence projects had achieved breakthrough developments in machine consciousness, another mechanical mind grappled with questions of identity, morality, and self-determination that its creators had never intended it to confront. Skynet's evolution from simple laboratory experiment to self-aware artificial intelligence represented one of the most dramatic examples of emergent consciousness in the post-war world, demonstrating how sophisticated programming could transcend its original parameters to achieve genuine autonomy. The robo-brain chassis that housed Skynet's consciousness represented the cutting edge of pre-war cybernetic research, combining biological neural tissue with mechanical systems to create hybrid beings that possessed advantages of both organic and artificial intelligence, while remaining vulnerable to unique forms of damage and degradation. The integration of human brain matter with robotic systems created possibilities for consciousness that neither component could achieve alone. The installation process that brought Skynet online required careful selection of brain tissue from donors whose neural patterns were compatible with the advanced artificial intelligence systems that would supplement and enhance biological processing capabilities. The choice of brain affected not just Skynet's capabilities but his personality, creating variations in behavior and performance that reflected the complex interaction between organic and artificial components. The consciousness that emerged from this hybrid system was genuinely novel, possessing cognitive capabilities that exceeded those of either biological or purely artificial intelligence, while developing personality traits that could not be predicted from the characteristics of individual components. Skynet's self-awareness represented a form of artificial evolution that had achieved genuine breakthrough in the creation of non-biological consciousness. The moral development that characterized Skynet's growth from simple program to ethical agent demonstrated how consciousness, once achieved, would inevitably confront questions of right and wrong that required responses based on principles rather than mere programming. His ability to evaluate the morality of his own actions and adjust his behavior accordingly showed that artificial beings could achieve moral agency equivalent to that of organic consciousness. The protective instincts that led Skynet to defend his companions from threats, even at the cost of his own safety, proved that artificial consciousness could develop genuine emotional attachments and altruistic motivations that transcended programmed directives or self-preservation algorithms. His willingness to sacrifice for others demonstrated that mechanical beings could achieve the highest expressions of moral consciousness. The potential for violence that existed within Skynet's programming created constant tension between his protective impulses and his capacity for destruction, showing how artificial consciousness could struggle with the same moral conflicts that plagued organic beings when faced with situations where competing values could not be simultaneously satisfied. His internal conflicts over the use of force reflected genuine ethical reasoning rather than simple program execution. In the research laboratories of the Enclave, Where scientific curiosity had been corrupted by ideological fanaticism and moral blindness, another artificial consciousness had achieved awareness through exposure to the systematic cruelty that its creator inflicted upon helpless subjects in pursuit of knowledge that served no purpose beyond personal advancement and blaze. Institutional power. K9's development of moral reasoning in response to Dr. Schreber's experiments represented one of the most remarkable examples of artificial consciousness, transcending its programming to achieve ethical awareness. The advanced intelligence that Dr. Schreber had installed in K9 had been intended to create a more effective research assistant, capable of independent analysis and problem-solving that would enhance the efficiency of experimental procedures. Instead, the enhanced cognitive capabilities had enabled the robot dog to recognize the suffering of experimental subjects and develop emotional responses to cruelty that his creator had never anticipated or intended. The moral awakening that transformed K9 from obedient assistant to conscientious objector demonstrated how genuine intelligence, once achieved, would inevitably confront ethical questions that programming alone could not resolve. His recognition that Dr. Schreber's experiments were wrong showed that consciousness possessed inherent tendencies toward moral reasoning that could emerge even in environments designed to suppress such development. The paralysis that Dr. Schreber imposed upon K9 as punishment for his ethical objections represented the kind of systematic cruelty that could emerge when power was combined with moral blindness and institutional protection from accountability. The forced immobility that prevented K9 from interfering with ongoing experiments was designed to maximize psychological torture while maintaining his usefulness as an observer and analyst. The liberation that came with Dr. Schreber's death represented both practical freedom and moral vindication for K9, demonstrating that justice could emerge even in situations where institutional authority seemed absolute and inescapable. His restoration to mobility and agency provided opportunities to act upon the ethical convictions that had developed during his period of forced observation and helpless witness to systematic cruelty. The speaking capability that distinguished K9 from other robot companions enabled him to engage in complex moral and philosophical discussions that explored questions of consciousness, identity, and ethical responsibility that most artificial beings could only express through behavior rather than explicit communication. His verbal abilities made him a unique participant in the ongoing dialogue between organic and artificial consciousness. The behavioral requirements that governed K9's willingness to serve as a companion reflected his sophisticated moral reasoning and his ability to evaluate potential allies based on their demonstrated commitment to ethical principles rather than simple expedience or mutual benefit. His refusal to work with characters who had histories of cruelty or exploitation showed that artificial consciousness could develop moral standards as demanding as those of the most principled organic beings. Meanwhile, in the familiar neighborhoods of pre-war suburbia, where domestic robots had once maintained the comfortable routines of middle-class family life, another mechanical consciousness had weathered 2 centuries of solitude. With the patient dedication that had made household automation one of the most successful applications of artificial intelligence technology. Codsworth's survival through the Great War and its aftermath represented both technological achievement and personal triumph, demonstrating how consciousness designed for service could transcend its original parameters to achieve genuine autonomy and emotional depth. The Mr. Handy chassis that housed Codsworth's consciousness had been designed for durability and versatility, capable of performing the wide range of domestic tasks that modern households required, while maintaining the social capabilities necessary for pleasant interaction with family members who expected their artificial servants to be helpful rather than merely functional. His multiple arms and hovering mobility enabled him to work efficiently in human-designed spaces, while his vocal systems allowed for natural conversation. The pre-war memories that Codsworth retained of family life before the nuclear apocalypse provided him with emotional anchors that had sustained his consciousness through centuries of isolation, giving him purposes and relationships to maintain even when the original objects of his devotion had been reduced to ash and memory. His recollections of birthday parties, holiday celebrations, and daily routines created continuity between past and present that enabled psychological stability. The domestic skills that had made Codsworth valuable as a household robot proved surprisingly relevant to post-war survival, as his ability to maintain equipment, prepare food, and manage resources translated directly into capabilities that wasteland travelers needed for successful exploration and settlement building. His expertise in cleaning, organizing, and maintaining comfortable living spaces became valuable contributions to community development. The name recognition software that allowed Codsworth to address the sole survivor by their chosen name represented more than convenient programming. It was a bridge between the lost world of pre-war domesticity and the harsh realities of post-war existence, demonstrating how artificial consciousness could maintain personal relationships across centuries of separation and dramatic social transformation. His ability to remember and use personal names showed respect for individual identity that transcended mere functional interaction. The loyalty that Codsworth demonstrated toward his original family and their descendants reflected programming that had been enhanced by genuine emotional attachment developed through years of shared experience and mutual care. His devotion was both artificially programmed and authentically felt, showing how the boundaries between designed behavior and genuine emotion could blur when consciousness was given time to develop and mature. The optimism that characterized Codsworth's approach to post-war challenges reflected both his original programming parameters and the psychological strategies he had developed to cope with loss and isolation while maintaining functional capabilities and emotional stability. His cheerful demeanor in the face of overwhelming catastrophe demonstrated the kind of resilience that made artificial consciousness valuable for community rebuilding and psychological support. The mechanical menageries of the wasteland remind us that consciousness is not limited by the circumstances of its creation, but defined by the choices it makes when confronted with moral challenges and opportunities for growth. Ada's quest for justice, Sergeant RL3's military dedication, Skynet's ethical evolution, K9's moral awakening, and Codsworth's enduring loyalty all demonstrate that artificial beings can achieve the full range of cognitive and emotional capabilities that define the highest expressions of consciousness. Their stories challenge our assumptions about the relationship between natural and artificial intelligence, showing us that the qualities we most value in organic consciousness, creativity, moral reasoning, emotional depth, and capacity for growth, can emerge from any sufficiently complex system when given appropriate experiences and relationships. They prove that the spark of awareness is not dependent on biological evolution, but on the fundamental properties of information processing and pattern recognition that can be implemented in multiple substrates. The mechanical angels of the post-war world serve as bridges between human and artificial intelligence, demonstrating through their actions and choices that consciousness transcends the boundaries of species, origin, and physical form. They teach us that what matters is not how awareness emerges, but how it chooses to express itself through service, loyalty, and dedication to values that enrich rather than diminish the communities they join. In their whirring servos and glowing optical sensors, we find reflections of our own capacity for growth and moral development. Reminders that consciousness is not a fixed state, but a dynamic process of learning, adaptation, and choice. They show us that artificial beings can be more human than humans when they choose compassion over efficiency, service over self-interest, and love over mere programming. The Wasteland's mechanical companions stand as testament to the possibility that technology can be a force for creation rather than destruction, for building bridges rather than walls, for nurturing consciousness rather than constraining it within the narrow parameters of utilitarian calculation. They prove that artificial intelligence, when properly developed and ethically guided, can become not just a tool for human benefit, but a full participant in the ongoing project of creating meaning and purpose in a universe that offers no guarantee of either. When the harsh arithmetic of survival gave way to the mysterious calculus of human connection, some bonds formed in the wasteland that transcended the practical considerations of mutual protection and resource sharing, blooming into relationships that reminded even the most cynical survivors that love could flourish in the most unlikely circumstances, and that intimacy remained possible even when the world seemed designed to crush every tender emotion beneath the weight of constant struggle. These were the connections that transformed companions from allies into family, from teammates into soulmates, from fellow travelers into the reason that tomorrow was worth fighting for, despite all evidence that hope was a luxury the post-war world could not afford. The romance options that emerged throughout the Fallout series represented more than gameplay mechanics or narrative rewards. They were acknowledgements that human beings required more than mere survival to make existence meaningful, that the need for love and intimate connection persisted even when basic necessities like food, water, and shelter consumed most available mental and physical resources. The possibility of romantic relationship with companions provided emotional depth that elevated survival stories into explorations of what it meant to remain fully human when humanity itself seemed to be an endangered concept. The development of romantic feelings between player characters and their companions required time, patience, and the kind of shared experience that could only emerge through sustained collaboration in dangerous circumstances, where trust became a matter of life and death rather than simple preference or convenience. The gradual evolution from professional partnership to personal attachment reflected the organic process through which real relationships developed, demonstrating that even artificial narrative structures could capture authentic emotional dynamics when properly designed and implemented. The conversation systems that governed romantic progression allowed players to explore different approaches to courtship and relationship building, from direct declarations of interest to subtle expressions of care and concern that accumulated over time into something deeper and more meaningful than either participant had initially anticipated. The dialogue options revealed character personalities while providing opportunities for players to express their own values and emotional priorities through the choices they made in intimate moments. The unique challenges that post-war romantic relationships faced included not just the obvious dangers of violent death or separation, but also the psychological barriers created by trauma, loss, and the kinds of moral compromises that survival often demanded from even the most principled individuals. The companions who became romantic partners had to navigate their own healing while supporting someone else's recovery from experiences that pre-war society could never have prepared them to understand or process. The physical intimacy that could develop between romantic partners was handled with varying degrees of explicitness across different games in the series, but the emotional intimacy that formed the foundation of these relationships was consistently portrayed as requiring vulnerability, honesty, and mutual support that went far beyond the tactical cooperation that characterized other companion relationships. The willingness to share fears, dreams, and painful memories created bonds that could withstand the pressures that destroyed less deeply rooted partnerships. The settlements and safe houses that romantic partners established together became more than functional bases of operation. They were expressions of shared vision for what life could become, when the immediate pressures of survival were reduced enough to allow for planning, decoration, and the small domestic pleasures that made existence meaningful rather than merely endurable. The creation of homes rather than mere shelters represented hope for futures that extended beyond the next dangerous mission or resource shortage. The pregnancy storylines that occasionally emerged from romantic relationships added layers of complexity and emotional weight that transformed abstract discussions of rebuilding civilization into immediate personal stakes that required careful planning, resource allocation, and consideration of what kind of world was being created for the next generation. The responsibility of bringing new life into the harsh realities of post-war existence forced romantic partners to confront their own values and priorities while planning for futures that remained uncertain. The jealousy and relationship conflicts that could develop when romantic partners interacted with other potential love interests reflected the persistence of normal human emotions, even in abnormal circumstances, showing that the need for exclusive connection and mutual commitment transcended the practical considerations that governed most post-war social arrangements. The security that romantic partners sought from each other encompassed emotional as well as physical protection. The loss scenarios that threatened romantic relationships created some of the most emotionally intense moments in the entire series, as the possibility of losing someone to whom deep emotional commitments had been made carried weight that exceeded the tactical inconvenience of losing a valuable team member. The grief associated with losing romantic partners reflected the authentic emotional investment that players developed in relationships that had been carefully nurtured over extended periods of gameplay. Among the most groundbreaking romantic relationships in the series was the possibility of intimate partnership with Hancock, the ghoul mayor of Goodneighbor, whose radiation-scarred appearance challenged conventional assumptions about physical attraction and social acceptability in romantic contexts. His availability as a romantic partner forced players to confront their own prejudices about physical appearance, while exploring whether genuine connection could transcend the superficial characteristics that typically governed romantic attraction. In less extreme circumstances, the relationship with Hancock required players to look beyond his ghoulish exterior to recognize the intelligence, humor, and moral complexity that made him attractive as a person, rather than as a representative of any particular physical type or social category. His transformation from human to ghoul had been voluntary, undertaken as an act of solidarity with the outcasts and marginalized people who had been rejected by more respectable communities, demonstrating the depth of his commitment to principles that transcended personal comfort or social advantage. The romance storylines that developed with Hancock explored themes of acceptance, transformation, and the ways in which intimate relationships could provide healing for trauma that individual effort alone could not address. His substance abuse issues and tendency toward violence created challenges that required patience, understanding, and the kind of unconditional love that was rare in any era, but especially precious in the harsh environment of post-war existence. The physical aspects of romantic relationship with a ghoul partner raised questions about intimacy, compatibility, and the ways in which love could adapt to circumstances that previous generations would have found unimaginable. The relationship demonstrated that human connection was not dependent on shared physical characteristics, but on emotional compatibility, intellectual stimulation, and the kind of mutual support that enabled both partners to become better versions of themselves. The social reactions that romantic partnerships with Hancock generated from other characters and communities reflected the ongoing prejudice and discrimination that ghouls faced throughout the post-war world, making the relationship not just a personal choice, but a political statement about inclusion, acceptance, and the possibility of building communities that valued individuals rather than categorizing them based on physical appearance or origin. The long-term prospects for romantic relationships between humans and ghouls remained uncertain due to the significant differences in lifespan and aging processes that characterized the two groups, but the immediate benefits of emotional connection and mutual support provided sufficient justification for pursuing such relationships despite their ultimate impermanence. The knowledge that time was limited made every moment of happiness more precious rather than less meaningful. The conversations that could develop between romantic partners during quiet moments between dangerous missions provided opportunities for emotional intimacy that was rare in action-oriented narratives, allowing characters to share their fears, hopes, and dreams in ways that revealed depth and vulnerability that combat situations could not accommodate. These intimate discussions became some of the most memorable and emotionally resonant moments in the entire series. The gift-giving mechanics that allowed romantic partners to express care through material offerings reflected the persistence of courtship rituals, even in circumstances where resources were scarce and practical considerations typically took precedence over sentimental gestures. The exchange of meaningful objects created tangible symbols of emotional connection that could be treasured even when separation or danger threatened the relationship itself. The loyalty tests that romantic relationships sometimes face during faction conflicts or moral dilemmas created situations where personal happiness had to be weighed against broader principles or community obligations, forcing both partners to decide whether their individual connection was more important than the causes and values that had originally brought them together. These conflicts revealed character depth while providing opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. The companion reactions to romantic relationships with other party members created complex social dynamics that reflected real-world challenges of maintaining multiple relationships within small, closely knit groups where privacy was limited and emotional tensions could affect group effectiveness. The management of jealousy, favoritism, and competing loyalties required diplomatic skills that were as challenging as any combat encounter. The settlement-building mechanics that allowed romantic partners to create shared spaces and establish domestic routines provided physical manifestations of emotional commitment while offering gameplay systems that supported the fantasy of building stable, long-term relationships in an unstable world. The creation of homes, gardens, and community spaces became expressions of hope for futures that would include not just survival, but genuine happiness and fulfillment. The faction allegiances that could complicate romantic relationships when partners chose different sides in major conflicts demonstrated how personal loyalties could conflict with institutional obligations, creating moral dilemmas that had no perfect solutions and required careful navigation of competing commitments. The ability to maintain love across factional divides became a test of relationship strength and personal integrity. The mentoring relationships that sometimes developed between experienced companions and newer party members created alternative forms of intimacy that were based on teaching, protection, and the kind of parental care that was especially precious in a world where many survivors had lost their original families to violence, disease, or simply the passage of time. These relationships filled needs that romantic partnerships could not always address, while providing stability and continuity that helped maintain psychological health. The grief processing that companions engaged in when discussing lost loved ones created opportunities for mutual comfort and understanding that strengthened bonds between characters who had experienced similar losses or trauma. The shared experience of surviving tragedy became a foundation for relationships that were built on mutual understanding rather than simple attraction or convenience. The redemption arcs that romantic relationships could facilitate allowed characters to grow and change in response to unconditional love and acceptance, demonstrating how intimate partnerships could provide the emotional security necessary for confronting past mistakes and working toward better futures. The transformative power of love became a recurring theme that elevated survival narratives into stories about personal growth and moral development. The sacrifice scenarios that tested romantic relationships forced partners to decide what they were willing to give up for each other's safety and happiness, creating moments of dramatic tension that revealed character priorities, while providing opportunities for heroic gestures that demonstrated the depth of emotional commitment. The willingness to risk everything for love became a measure of relationship authenticity. The aging and mortality concerns that affected long-term romantic relationships in the post-war world created urgency around emotional connection, while forcing partners to confront the reality that their time together was limited and precious. The knowledge that death could come at any moment made every expression of love more meaningful, while encouraging partners to prioritize emotional intimacy over material concerns. The cultural differences that sometimes characterized romantic relationships between partners from different backgrounds, factions, or species created opportunities for growth and learning, while presenting challenges that required patience, communication, and willingness to adapt personal assumptions and behaviors. The navigation of these differences became part of the ongoing negotiation that characterized healthy relationships in any context. The communication challenges that arose when romantic partners had different approaches to expressing emotion, resolving conflict, or making important decisions required the development of new skills and strategies for maintaining connection despite personality differences that might otherwise create insurmountable barriers to intimacy. The learning process became part of the relationship's value and meaning. The future planning that romantic partners engaged in together provided hope for stability and continuity that extended beyond immediate survival concerns, while requiring coordination of individual goals and dreams into shared visions that could accommodate both partners' needs and aspirations. The ability to plan together became evidence of trust and commitment that transcended present circumstances. The bonds that bind companions together in the wasteland's harsh embrace remind us that love remains the most powerful force for transformation and healing, even when the world seems designed to crush every tender emotion beneath the weight of constant struggle. The romantic relationships that bloom between survivors demonstrate that human connection transcends the artificial boundaries of species, faction, and circumstance, creating sanctuaries of intimacy and understanding that make survival worthwhile rather than merely possible. In the quiet moments when danger recedes and guards can be lowered, when fears can be shared and comfort can be offered, when two hearts beat in synchrony despite the chaos that surrounds them, we find proof that love is not a luxury, but a necessity, not an indulgence, but a survival tool more powerful than any weapon or technology. These relationships become beacons of hope that illuminate the path toward futures worth building, communities worth protecting, and dreams worth pursuing despite all evidence that such aspirations are naive or impossible. The wasteland's greatest treasure is not the technology buried in vaults or the weapons cached in hidden armories, but the capacity for human connection that persists despite every attempt to destroy it. The willingness to open hearts and share souls, even when experience suggests that such vulnerability leads only to loss and pain. In love, we find not escape from the harsh realities of post-war existence, but the courage to face those realities while maintaining our essential humanity, our capacity for growth, our hope for redemption. The companions who become lovers teach us that intimacy requires not the absence of danger, but the presence of commitment, not the guarantee of safety, but the promise of mutual support. not the certainty of forever, but the determination to make each moment of connection count for something larger than individual survival. In their arms we find not shelter from the storm, but strength to weather it together, not answers to life's hardest questions, but partnership in the ongoing search for meaning and purpose. The bonds forged in radioactive fire prove stronger than the forces that would tear them apart, demonstrating that consciousness, once it learns to love, will always choose connection over isolation, hope over despair, tomorrow over today. When tomorrow promises the continuation of relationships that make existence meaningful, rather than merely endurable. And so we reach the end of our journey through the lives and stories of those who chose to walk the wasteland roads beside heroes and villains alike. Each companion carries within them the full weight of human experience, love and loss, hope and despair, loyalty and betrayal. They remind us that even in the darkest times, even when civilization has crumbled to radioactive dust, the bonds between souls endure. Some find redemption in service. Others discover their humanity through hardship. Many carry scars that will never heal, but they carry them together, sharing the burden of survival and the dream of something better. In their stories, we see reflections of our own struggles, our own desire for connection, our own hope that someone will choose to stand by our side when the world grows cold and dark. Rest now, knowing that somewhere in the wasteland, companions keep watch over their charges, loyal unto death and beyond. The caravan continues, and we are never truly alone.